This time we'll call to order the meeting of October 18th, 2021. City Attorney, is there anything you'd like to discuss before we go into closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to point out that if the City Council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss those items agendized for closed session discussion, which are specifically conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B, 2 potential cases. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any cards on this?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Somewhere we've got feedback.
Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Present.
Mayor Velasquez,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson,
Here.
Police Captain Batanio,
Here.
and the record will show Police Chief Reynoso and Councilmember Perez as absent. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that the city discussed the item agendized for closed session, as I read into the record earlier, and direction was given to staff. The city council recessed from closed session at 6:38 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Tonight we have 3 proclamations, one for Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week, one for Family Court Awareness Month, and one for National Friends of Libraries Week. Are all those different groups here? I see Susan, I see Code Enforcement.
One of them will be attending via Zoom.
Oh, okay. Code Enforcement, come up, please.
I was trying to get her.
You are the winner tonight. How you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Whereas code enforcement officers provide for the safety, health, and welfare of residents in communities throughout the city of Hollister through their diligent enforcement of local, state, and federal laws and ordinances dealing with various issues of building, zoning, housing, animal control, environmental health, and life safety. Now therefore, be it resolved, the City of Hollister, as the City of Hollister Mayor and City Council, do hereby proclaim the second week of October to be Code Enforcement Officer Appreciation Week in the City of Hollister. Now I can say this department does an extraordinary amount of work throughout our community, helping beautify our community and help follow the rules. And I know personally, Desiree here, because we talk quite a bit on the phone about different issues, and I can't personally thank you enough for all the hard work you do. It's a tough job, but you make it, I'm not going to say you make it look easy. No, it's a tough job, and you make it happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you.
Our next one is Family Court Awareness Month, and they're online.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tina, thank you.
Hi, Tina, you there?
I am, thank you.
Great. Whereas the mission of One Mom's Battle, OMB, and the Family Court Awareness Month Committee is to increase awareness on the importance of a family court system that prioritizes child safety and acts in the best interests of children. Therefore, the City of Hollister Mayor and City Council do hereby proclaim the month of November to be Family Court Awareness Month in the City of Hollister. Thank you for bringing this to us. You can say a few words.
Absolutely, I'm honored to do that. What we know is that domestic violence is about power and control, and that doesn't mysteriously go away when the relationship ends, and many times it transfers into the family court system. And so our goal is to shine a spotlight that we really need to start prioritizing child safety and have a court system that is educated on domestic violence, and that's currently not happening. So I'm really grateful to the City of Hollister for joining the list of almost 150 cities, counties, and states across the country who have proclaimed November as Family Court Awareness Month.
Well, thank you, and we have this here for you, wherever the camera is. So we'll get it to you, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susan, come on up. You're an old pro at this.
I think I'm going to go over here where the camera is.
If you stand right here and look at me, you'll be on camera the whole time.
Oh, great.
Yeah, wait,
Sounds
see?
exciting.
You go look at that camera
Oh,
right
yeah,
there.
I really have to.
There you go. Whereas the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library raise money that enables our library to move from good to great, providing the resources for additional programming, much needed equipment, support for the library's summer reading program, and special events throughout the year. And now therefore be it resolved, the City of Hollister, Mayor, and City Council do hereby proclaim October 17th through the 23rd of 2021 as Friends of Libraries Week here in Hollister, California, and urge everyone to join the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library and thank them for all they do to make our library and community so much better in the City of Hollister. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And here's your proclamation.
very much.
Please say a few words.
All righty. Thank you so much, City Council and all the public for helping with the library. I'm gonna put a little flyer out. It's really an honor to be here today. We work really hard to help the library, and we continue to do so. This week is National Friends of Libraries Week. So if you would come to the library, you'll see our displays. You can actually join and be a friend, or you can just become a member, whatever you'd like to do. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We are now going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any items the council would like to pull?
Mayor,
Yes,
please.
sir.
I'd like to pull items A1 and A2.
Double header. Do we have any from the public?
I have no items from the public, Mr. Mayor.
Well, then we're going to have to go through each one since there's only two. So we'll start with item A1, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk, I'm wondering if on the last city council meetings, it reflects that I voted no as related to the contract renewal for the outside custodial services, but it didn't actually speak to why. And I was wondering if there would be an opportunity to put a sentence or two in there that would define that, which would simply be because I'd like to see the program brought in-house and a full-time employee hired to do those duties. And I guess I'd also like to say that I'd like to maybe see in the council minutes in the future if there is a way, if a council member votes no or in the minority, and I think it's always important for people to understand that, particularly if they're just reviewing minutes as opposed to simply, obviously if people that are watching the event go on, they'll get the gist of it, but I think it would be good because I think council members just don't randomly vote no or yes. I think there is a lot of thought that goes into most votes, if not all, and I think it'd be good to be able to articulate that in minutes moving forward. Thank you.
I shall make that change and so noted on your request.
So I'll ask again, do we have any speaker cards on this first item?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll now move to item 2.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I just have a couple of questions, I believe probably for the city manager. As I looked at the, as I understand it, this contract only involves maybe 8 or 10 people, correct?
Correct, and it's on some parts, for the salary part of it, it only affects maybe, I think about 4 individuals that are not on contract, but it's a salary and benefit plan because the benefits do affect all the executive
Thank you.
individuals.
Okay, so one may simply be a strike through. I saw where on a page identifying those who would be potentially impacted, it lists the airport director, and my recollection is that we've switched that to a manager position, and so I don't know if that would, if it's a strike through that was overlooked, or if that person would be in a different bargaining unit, but
The manager would be in a different bargaining unit, but the director, because it is an approved position with the city, it's unfunded. So
Okay.
for some reason that position never came back.
Okay.
We don't have to change this.
Okay, that makes good sense, thank you. Also noticed in reviewing the contract that all positions, if I recall correctly, received a 2.5% pay raise, which would be relatively consistent with everything else. However, the two police captain positions were going to receive 7.5%. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And can you explain why the difference in 5%?
It's to reflect.
Oh, my, yeah. I'll have HR come up.
Good evening. My name is Sydney from the Human Resources Division. So the reason the captain's positions reflect the 7.5% increase is to reflect the HPOA increases. So it's to maintain consistent, percentage separation amongst the other positions within the department.
Okay, I understand now, thanks. I guess the last question would be, I saw where the city and the bargaining units agreed to continue to talk about the DROP program, but it really didn't say what the DROP program is. It explained the acronym, but can I get some clarification on what the DROP program actually is?
Yeah, it's an alternative retirement program. Some counties have that, and we're trying to find out if PERS has that program. It basically allows the person to retire now, but on their retirement portion. But going forward, they still are employed and are paying a lower retirement rate for as an employee, and the employer also does the same thing because they are currently getting some supplemental income from their retirement. So it's just it was an item that an individual brought up, and we said we would look into if it's even something that we can or can't do. But it's an alternative retirement program.
Thank you. I'd like to know more specifics about it when time allows, please.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. That concludes my questions, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment, since it was pulled, I noticed that the language was added and there's some flexibility added with tuition reimbursement. And I just wanted to say that I'm really glad to see that, and I wanted to encourage all of our employees to take full advantage of it. I think it's very important that we encourage our employees to continue their education. It's a service that's being provided by us. So I just wanted to put that out there since the item was pulled. Thank you.
No, and just to add to that, staff and management has been always very supportive of people that are going back to school. We do have flexible hours to accommodate them. We really would like to see our staff become more educated and be able to move up through our organization. So.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers online?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt item A2, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We're going to now move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note the state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Joseph Elmhurst.
Hello. Thank you for listening to me again tonight. Recently, I expressed a comment, and it was met with swift action and a lot of understanding, and I really, really appreciate my voice being heard. And to express or paraphrase a quote from a recent meeting I had, it's nice to know that we live in a community where every voice is heard and understood and you know, met with respect and integrity. One of the reasons, again, I should have said my name is Joseph Elmhorst. I own and operate Steak Stop. We are a mobile food facility.
Mr. Elmhorst, I'm going to stop you real quick because we have an item on the agenda discussing exactly what you're discussing right now. Since it's on the agenda, that cannot be part of the public input at this point. but definitely don't leave because we want your input when that item comes up.
Wonderful.
Okay? And you can speak at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Danielle Bossler?
Hello. I can't turn on my video, I don't think, but my name's Danielle Bossler. I reside here in Hollister, California. I just wanted to, tell like a quick little story. So today I was walking, I live off of Apricot, so kind of near where the creek in the park is, and I'm sure this has been a topic of conversation for you guys. It's my first time attending a city council meeting, which is pretty exciting. Today I had to call the authorities because there was, homeless with gun, outside like 10 feet from the park. And I was just hoping to add, just a comment to see if there are plans to, clean up the creek and kind of help get that situation under control, because it was very, very scary. I'm a 30-year-old woman walking my dog, so it was a very terrifying experience. There's also 3 like pit bulls running down in the creek. So I'm just really concerned. My mom walks her dogs down at that creek as well. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and that's really it.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks.
Carol Lenore?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I wondered if somebody would please give some attention to the litter that's along the east side there of San Felipe. I use the dog park quite often now, which I love. Thank you again. But it's very unsightly, and I've never seen it that bad. Sure, you're gonna always have some, but if somebody could look at that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you very much. We're now going to move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, we can look at, I'll have staff look at the trash on east of San Felipe. I know when I drove by there Sunday, the wind was just blowing really horrible, and I saw the trash blow across the street and end up on the fences. So definitely an issue when the wind comes. River cleanup staff, I will say, has been going through and did some cleanup of the river. And we'll talk to river or animal control to look for if those pit bulls are actually running wild to try to capture those animals.
I think Ms. Boss was asking if the encampments, and I
Correct.
think that our city has recently went back out there to
Correct.
address some of those issues. So
Correct.
thank you, Ms. Bossler.
And that is it.
That's it. Item D2.
Yeah, I would like to say that the airport staff attended NBAA, which is the National Business of Aviation convention, to advertise our wonderful airport. We had great reception. People really liked the booth that was there, and we were. It was nice to get praise from different individuals, and one compared our airport to their home airport, and was just criticized their airport up and down, and said that wish it was more like ours, and said our airport was a pleasure to land at, and so it was nice to get good praise, and we're working on some other things too to get a better draw for future years. But it was very well received, and that's all I have.
Excellent. Thank you. We will now move to item F1.
Good evening again. My name is Sydney. I work in the city's Human Resources Division. So this item, we are asking for a fully funded senior planner position with the increased level of work and the managerial level of the work that's needed in the division. Our current associate planners have been taking on a lot of the roles of what the senior planner would typically do. And so we are asking for an additional fully funded senior planner position. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I do. In reading the staff report, it showed that this is already a allocated position and a funded position. Is that correct?
Yes, we currently have one. We're asking for one more senior
Okay,
planner.
so will there be any direct impact on the current city budget?
Not on this year, but it would be in future years.
Okay, and that's, I guess, where I was headed. Do we have a sense for what that is gonna look like? I mean, I looked at some numbers, and my best guess is we're probably in the 130 to 140 total benefit range.
You are correct. And the main issue with this is, with when Amazon came in, we do have a lot of interest in Hollister right now on the commercial side. And the big thing that when they come in is that they want these projects done on their timeline. And my fear is if we do not start having this one and the next one, if we don't have these staff in place up to speed, we're going to be handcuffed and potentially lose some of those commercial businesses that want to come in.
Thank you. Do we, are we fully staffed in planning and development currently, or do we have vacancies we're waiting to fill?
We have vacancies.
We do have
correct.
vacancies, yes. Our assistant planner recently resigned just less than 2 months ago. So we have that vacancy, which was the current senior planner position was filled at that level. So with her gone, and if this additional position is approved, we'll have 2 senior planner positions available.
So I'm 100% supportive of this, but I would like to see us move forward wisely, but also assertively, if not aggressively, to fill those positions, because I understand, and I've heard what you said, Mr. Miller, I wouldn't want to see our service drop and our opportunities go by the wayside. How much current work do we outsource from planning?
On planning, we just recently started outsourcing once the other planner just had left us a couple months ago. So that we only, like I say, just started doing that because we had had vacancies. So we will bring that back in once we get this person up to speed.
Okay, I would like to know at your convenience
Okay.
what kind of percentage we're looking at of the work being outsourced. And I would presume that their turnaround time is pretty responsive. I mean, if we're outsourcing it, at the end of the day, it's about customer service, and I absolutely understand
Correct.
the need. But I would like to make sure that, again, I've said it as recently as tonight, if we need to even add additional staff, I'm open to that conversation, providing we can fill that staff.
Correct. And what we would do is once we get fully staffed, then we would evaluate the workload and then either bring that back at a later date. But I can have Abraham probably speak on what's been outsourced real quick.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Miller, members of the City Council. Yes, as Manager Miller has indicated, the Planning Department has been very, very busy we've always have been, but currently, right at this point, we only do have the 2 associate planners on staff. We had a 3rd assistant planner who recently left the City of Hollister, and then we also had a technician who just recently left as of last month. And so the main work that has been outsourced is compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. We have it's key. CEQA is key for planning projects. Every planning project has to have either a determination of a categorical exemption or some type of environmental impact report or mitigative negative declaration. And so we as a City of Hollister, as staff, we are always the lead agency. We have the services from that are outsourced as our staff. We review all of the work that is provided, and then we make a determination as to whether the work, the determination is correct as a categorical exemption or if it's an EIR or mitigative neg dec. And so it's mainly on the CEQA aspect of it, which is probably out of all the work, I would say probably about 15%. And then as recently as City Manager Miller was saying, maybe about 2 months ago, since Arely Perez left the City of Hollister, we have probably sent off about 4 applications out of, I would say, 20 active applications that we have going on. And And so that gives it another percentage of first time in my 14 years being here, first time that we actually outsourced an actual application. It's only been CEQA, but this time with the permission of the city manager, this has been really helpful. And again, we are still the lead agency. We are overseeing all of the work, but we just have the assistance for those particular applications.
Thank you, Mr. Prado.
You're welcome.
One final question, I think.
Sure, if I can add real quick.
Of
The
course.
other part of their workload too is they've been working on the general plan, which, I mean, we have two people on that committee. That is a major distraction for them. So that's part of the reason we've had to outsource also. But this is the reason why we need the extra personnel.
I agree 100%, and we don't want to compromise our work quality simply. So, final question is, and it was a bit concerning to me, I read in the staff report where we've actually got staff that are currently filling in and doing responsibilities beyond the scope of their work. Are we compensating those people? Are they working out of class, and is there a process to make sure that they're financially compensated to cover that? I mean, I would hope so, I guess.
So unfortunately, this is actually a trend with the city and being understaffed and working above our classifications. The unfortunate thing with being in specific bargaining units, so with SEIU, which the 2 associate planner positions are in order to work out of class and get that 5% out of class, the positions have to be vacant, which we don't have, or at that time didn't have 2 vacant senior planner positions. In the event that we add this position and with the recent vacancy that's opened up with the staff recently leaving, then we would have 2 vacant senior planner positions, which in that case we could then have the associate planners working out of class and getting that 5% out of class pay if the department director wanted to do that.
So is that based on current practice and policy? Because if it is, and we've got
Correct.
people working out of class and they need to be rightfully compensated for that time, and I would suggest if it's a policy, then this council could maybe weigh in on that and maybe change it, even through an emergency act. Again, I want people paid for the work they do, and I certainly don't want to have to deal with labor grievances moving forward. So I don't know, Mr. Miller, what your thoughts are on that, or how we get there, or Mr. Epperson?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of go through waves depending on what workload we have. I mean, that's why we're bringing this forward, because we do have people that now this is being consistent. As we move up through our ranks as an employee, you're always usually dabbling in a level higher than you to show that you're interested and you're excited to learn more. I think that's what happened here, but now they're consistently working at that higher level, and we do need to have these positions so they have that ability to move forward, or have people that are doing that work.
Right, and I understand everything that you said, and I don't disagree, but I do believe that it could be opening Pandora's box for a labor disagreement or dispute if we got people working out of class, and it sounds like we do. And so, Mr. Epperson, do you have any thoughts on this, or as our legal counsel?
Councilmember Burns, only so far as to say that obviously that's always a risk when you encounter that sort of a situation. It sounds to me like HR is certainly aware of that, and the city manager is aware of that, and it's an ongoing process trying to improve it and limit the number of times you'd have someone working out of class without proper compensation.
Yeah, and I would say we do get those occasionally. I think we've had one in the last year, and we review it and see if it's a true statement or not. Sometimes it's more a department having them do completely outside their job description, and we either accommodate that or fix the issue and get the work to the right person. But we do look at it and make sure that we're not being abusive to our staff. So, we definitely look at it on a regular basis.
So do we actually have a physically written policy that addresses this currently?
Yeah.
Well, our personnel policy, but so if there is an out-of-class issue, then we do pay the person out of class.
Okay.
Also-
Again, even if it has to be a per diem, I really don't know. But I would like to see a copy of the policy, and I'd like Mr. Epperson to review that to make sure that we're on solid ground, please.
Okay, yeah.
And I will say, as our Abraham, our planning manager mentioned, this additional work has been a lot due to the recent resignation of an employee just a couple months ago, when there was like a long-term timeline of one of our associate planners previously working out of class. When there was that senior planner vacancy, she was getting that 5% out of class when she was working, but that was more of a long-term, several months that she was doing that.
Thanks. I'll look forward to the actual physical policy. Thank you.
problem.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, a couple of things. I read that this person or this position is going to be able to fill some additional duties or responsibilities, and I'm wondering, a couple things that come to mind are, number one, like attraction and retention of commercial industrial. I don't think we have an actual department or an employee that's addressing that right now, do we, Mr. Prado?
Councilmember Resendez, in general, we review all the different zoning designations, industrial, commercial, residential, and so we don't necessarily focus on one. Normally, when a project comes in, we take it in and we assign it, whether it be residential or commercial. But definitely, it's important to make sure that that we address every step of the way and bring in that commercial. That's important, very important to our community.
Thank you. And then we had talked about some time back about the Historical Society Commission, and that because we were short-staffed, it was hard to help get that commission going again. So I would hope that in hiring these new people that we can, and we've got a very important date coming up, that we can get the commission up and running again.
Yes.
Okay.
We have been in communication with our city clerk on getting that started and getting that application going for the members of the Resources Commission. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
I agree with Councilmember Burns. I think this is a critical department, and it's essential to have it fully staffed.
Yes.
And I also I know we don't have an official policy, but I have a preference of hiring within the qualified candidates and those that have worked for us. So I would like to see us promote within, if possible, and bring on some new people.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like, I just want to say you guys have been doing an extraordinary job over the past year. A lot of work, as the city manager mentioned, with the general plan has really taken a lot of your time, but it's the difference that we have all been looking for years. It's a shame it took so long to get to this point, but what is coming through with this general plan really is an amazing project.
Wonderful.
And it's leading to the increase of commercial projects, which is what we've been striving for. As was mentioned, of course, if we need that staff, let's get them on board.
Yes.
If there's an issue holding up some of these and we need to outsource it, let's do it. But we need to get those commercial projects moving through. I think we've seen the difference of those projects bringing in all their paperwork ready for approvals.
Yes.
These are not the projects that, well, we'll bring you this part later, and then next month or 2 months we forgot, sorry, and then come back and say, why are we holding them up?
Correct.
These are projects that are ready to go with all their paperwork. So whatever we need to do to make sure we can move through, that's
Absolutely.
perfectly fine. And again, thank you and your department for
Thank
doing
you.
such an incredible job over the past
Thank
year,
you.
year and a half here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2021-196.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. We'll now move to item F2.
Okay, so F2, this item is to replace our current budgeted associate civil engineer and one of our budgeted assistant engineer positions with two associate engineers positions. So this will restructure similar to with our planning positions. Our current assistant engineers, they're working at a higher capacity at the level per se as associate engineers. So restructuring and budgeting two associate engineers will allow this division to function more appropriately and continue to service the city. There is definitely a crucial need. As you are aware, we don't currently have a city engineer. So the engineering division has been working very hard.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I would just add that we prefer somebody with a master's degree. I know it's hard to get people with master's degree, but I think it's important that we add that language in there. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what I previously said on the previous item. Again, I have the concerns of working out of class, and so I won't belabor the point, but thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards,
Thank
Mr.
you. Is
Mayor.
there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2021-197, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We will now move to item F3.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This agenda item is in regard to the approval of the Sally Street Traffic Calming Report prepared by Kimley Horn. As part of their analysis, Kimley Horn evaluated Sally Street between Hawkins and Nash Road and considered possible recommendations for traffic calming measures along that stretch of street. The investigation included 2 community meetings and arranging for online surveys so that the public could provide their input regarding the existing conditions at Sally Street and the proposed calming measures. Staff recommends that City Council adopt resolution providing the Sally Street Traffic Calming Report and authorize implementation of the report recommendations. Kimley Horn has prepared a presentation with details regarding the analysis and recommendations that they've prepared, and Frederick Ventures online, ready to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Socorro. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. So my name is Frederick Venture and I'm with Kimley Horn Associates. We've been conducting the Sally Street Traffic Calming Project. During COVID, it's been a little challenging, but we've had great participation from the community. Great involvement, great comments. So I'm going to walk you through basically the process of, talking to the community, coming up with some options, and we're going to share with you tonight 3 alternatives that we've developed. Next slide, please. So first is a little bit of discussion on the project background, so everybody just knows where the project is and what it is about. Next slide, please. So Sally Street runs from Hawkins all the way to Nash Road. It is a really old street, great history on it. It was a cattle run way back when Hollister was established. And because of that, it's a real wide street with probably one of the widest cross sections in the city. Very little, not a lot of utilities on the street. So there is obviously some speeding and cut through traffic happening on the street. Next slide, please. The road is currently about 76 feet wide, curb to curb, 2 20-foot travel lanes and 8-foot parking. So you can see that it really opens it up for traffic to really move unobstructed along the road. There are no stop signs, really nothing that challenges you to stop. I think there may be 1 stop sign. So, access to private homes, it connects to the downtown. It is classified as a 2-lane residential street, so speed limit's 25 miles an hour. And of course, like I said, the roadway is 56 wide, which is wider than typical, much wider than typical residential streets. Next slide. So usually before we start out, we want to confirm that on a street like this, there is what I would call a traffic problem, right? And to do that, we collect data, to go back to the community and hear what they say and share some of that data. Next slide, please. So typically we look at speeding and then some at traffic volumes. And then based on those, we come up with appropriate measures for traffic calming to potentially reduce volumes and also reduce speeding on the roadway. Next slide, please. So the counts here showed you, by direction, the average volumes on the street. So you can see in the northbound directions, the National on the right, Parklands on the left, about between 600 and about 900 cars in the northbound direction, and this is on a daily basis. And then in the southbound direction, between about 500 and about 760. So this is not really substantial, if one thinks about a residential street, but the next slide shows a brand new picture of what's happening. Oh, I wanted to also say, you can see where on the bottom right here, you can see these red and blue arrows. Because the volumes increase at Vine compared to, the volume towards the left at Palm, is that there's definitely some cut-through traffic using Vine Street and then Sally to get to Nash. And it may be because of some congestion at Nash and San Benito at the signal. So the other question we had, people said we see a lot of cut-through traffic, right? So what we did is we did what we call a license plate survey or a Bluetooth survey, where we actually see cars that show up. If you look at Nash Road, there's a purple dot. So we would register a couple of digits of the license plate, and we would see if those vehicles also show up at Harkin Street at the other purple dot. And then we also measured the same, the measures for license plates along Park Street. So you can see that in the northbound direction, there was almost 400 vehicles traveling from Nash to Harkins that did not have as a destination a location on Sally Street. There were a few cars that actually went down Park Street, and those may have been people that went to the school. In the southbound direction, about 200 cars that were picked up that showed a license plate in between those two purple dots. If you think back about the volumes on the previous slide, this is almost 30-40% of the actual volume. So then this becomes significant, right? There's quite a bit of cut-through traffic on Sally Street. Next slide, please. So then we also measure speeds on the roadway, and we collect data at locations where vehicles are unobstructed. The speed limit on Sally is 25 miles an hour. And then we record the 85th percentile speed, which is really the speed that's used to actually post speed limits in cities. And you can see here between Hayden and Park, the 85th percentile speed was 29 miles an hour, and south of Olive, we picked up 34 and 33, so around 33 miles an hour. So these speed limits also are above the 25 mile an hour. Usually cities increase the speed limit signs. They don't have to, but if you want to enforce, right, and give out speeding tickets, the judge will not allow you to write a speeding ticket if you say the speed limit is 25 and the actual 85th percent is 33 miles an hour. A lot of detail in that, but this is definitely a problem regarding speeding on Sally Street. And of course, this really impacts the quality of life. It also impacts the safety for pedestrians, children. We have children crossing a park that goes to the school. And from the neighbors, we've heard, they just don't want their kids to go play outside in Sally Street because of the high speeds and the cut-through traffic. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of the data from the speed survey. Quite interesting here at the bottom, if you look at the right-hand side, there were quite a few vehicles here, 5 vehicles that actually, even if you look at the one down, 20 vehicles, on the bottom 3 right-hand values, where people were really driving extremely fast, on a residential street, which is just unacceptable. The maximum speed recorded was 55 miles an hour on a residential street. And, if you drive out of a driveway or a child crosses the street, this will have serious implications in terms of safety. Next slide, please. So we've developed, as part of our traffic calming projects, a toolbox, and really what the toolbox does, you can go to the next slide, please, is it focuses on elements that we can implement on the street based on its character, the land uses, the geometry, the width, that we then go and select toolbox items that we then implement to decrease speeds and specifically volumes as well. We look at several items listed here, effectiveness, bicycle and pedestrian parking. We want to maintain emergency vehicle and bus access if buses are located on the roads. And it's important that we also talk about community impact and then, of course, noise. Next slide, please. Just for those who are not familiar with traffic calming toolboxes, there are basically 4 elements of any traffic calming measure that you install. It's basically a horizontal shift, so that those would be like speed cushions. Vertical shift is where you shift the vehicles to the left or the right. You can do closures or partial closures to direct traffic around to another street or another block, and then changing people's behavior about what a street is. So if you can create the message on this is a residential street, it's got a residential feeling, people will change their travel behavior and drive slower as well. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides, I'm going to share with you some of the community outreach that we've had. There's quite a bit of information in the actual report. Next slide, please. So we had 2 meetings. They were virtual. And we presented traffic calming recommendations, and we also prepared an online survey where we solicited feedback from the community on the traffic calming concepts that we prepared. Next slide, please. So the first meeting was in March. The community asked questions at that stage about also speed cushions, which are almost like a speed hump. And we actually went back to council at that time to get approval for speed humps, and including speed humps and speed cushions on the plan line. So there was a substantial shift from workshop 1 to workshop 2 in preparing these concepts. We also prepared our outreach survey during workshop 1, and there was over 2/3 support from the community in improving visibility and safety for specifically bikes and pedestrians and creating that neighborhood feel on the streets. Next slide. So public workshop 2, we actually then prepared 3 options, and those are what you're probably going to see tonight as well to make a decision on which ones where we then included some speed cushions as a feasible traffic calming measure along Sally Street. That meeting was hosted in July. So the 3 options are really one where it's the first one where we didn't have options for speed cushions, so it's primarily focusing on traffic circles, some striping and a few other measures to reduce traffic. And then we prepared an option for speed cushions with very limited roundabouts. And then the third one is a mix of these 2. I have to share with you at the public workshop, there was a little bit of I wouldn't say a split vote, but comments were very split between which option will be better, right? So for that reason, because there wasn't a clear indication to us about which option would be preferred, we presented to you all 3 tonight. Next slide, please. So we're going to look at some of the layouts. These are not all detailed, but it illustrates the principle for these 3 options. Next slide. So option 1 is the one that just had some traffic circles. We can see these are the smaller traffic circles as we know them at 5 locations along Sally Street, and then with some median closures or just median improvements at the entryway so people cannot cut the corner when they actually enter Sally Street from either Hawkins or Nash Road. The next, and I wanted to talk about bicycle improvements. I'm going to show you a cross-section as well. So what we're recommending here is also to improve widen the bicycle lanes, having buffers on both the left-hand side and the right-hand side of a bicycle because we have more than enough width, and then we retain on-street parking. So there wouldn't be substantial loss of any of the on-street parking, except at a couple of corners where we get close to the roundabouts. Next slide. So the traffic circles would be center islands that's placed at unsignalized intersections. drivers have to slow down. And since they have to slow down to a comfortable speed, it improves safety. It will be a result in a reduction in speed. And, it makes it far better for both pedestrians and bicycles as well. One of the drawbacks is as we do implement traffic calming on Sally Street is we do run the risk that if people that now are speeding and using Sally Street as a cut-through route may go and divert to another street. So the idea is actually not to close the street or make it so difficult that people absolutely avoid the street altogether, or even though that may be preferable, because the problem doesn't go away, it goes to another street. Right? So we hope that they do go to San Benito Street. Next slide. So option one shows you a couple of the improvements. You can see on the left-hand side, sort of the median treatment at Harkin Street. So those would be mountable curbs that we put in to reduce, the ability of somebody to do a sweeping right turn and just make that turn really fast. This slows them down significantly. You can see that we're doing the revised crosswalks, and this is called a 444 crosswalk, and the reason is that it has reflectors in it, plus a brand new kind of striping, which is an improved visual, especially at night as well for pedestrians. So that's recommended at all the crossings. You can see on the cross section that we having parking being as 8 feet. And then we have the wide class 2 bike lane and then the stripe buffer. And then we're only recommending 10-foot travel lanes here, which is actually narrow. You think it's 20 right now, right? So we're narrowing the lanes down to 10 feet with a median stripe. If we do a circle, you can see how we actually push the cars out, take them around the circle, and then continue to have the bikes push out to the outside. And we also do the improvements for the pedestrians where they cross. Next slide. Option 2 is where we implement more speed cushions, and we only have one circle, and that circle is the Park Street. The reason is that Park Street has probably a higher volume on the street, and it also has children crossing the street going to school. So with this option, we are installing 6 speed cushions, and you can see the picture at the bottom. These speed cushions are like speed humps where they would slow down traffic along the street and also potentially divert some of the cut-through traffic. We recommend to maintain the mountable medians at the 2 ends to also show that the moment you turn onto the street that this is not a wide street that you should speed on. So it changes the character as soon as you enter the street from either Nash or Harkin Street. Next slide. So what are the positives and benefits about the speed cushions? They are typically 2 or more raised humps, and they placed laterally across the roadway with wheel gaps, and we'll get to the wheel gaps in a minute. In that what they do is they are placed such that emergency vehicles are not slowed down when they actually traverse these. If a fire truck turns their siren on, we pull over to the side. So how these are places that the fire truck can actually cross them in the median and continue. And so it does not impact the response time from emergency services. And we place these between 300 and about 500 feet. So really a selection based on the spacing of your blocks, where there's a good opportunity to slow down traffic. We also place them such that vehicles should not be able to go around them or avoid them. What do happen is that quite often drivers will actually have one wheel go on the gap between those, but the other wheel of the vehicle will then actually go over the speed humps. We do, some of the bigger trucks may also be able to traverse this. If a fire truck can, some bigger trucks can as well. Unfortunately, that's an avoidance measure that we cannot do, but I don't think trucks are driving 55 miles an hour on the road here. There's definitely passenger cars and some pickups. Also, great reduction in vehicle speed. These are very effective in reducing traffic speed. They will not impact bikes. As you can see, bikes have the opportunity of either driving over it or through the gap as well. We may experience slight noise, especially if people drive too fast, but they won't do that too much because, of potential vehicle damage. And then sometimes vehicle may go in the opposing lane, but it's not going to help them, right? Because they will still cross the hump. You cannot avoid not driving over the hump. Next slide, please. So this is option 2, where we've indicated, instead of having, the roundabouts, the mini roundabouts everywhere, is where we actually then put a speed cushion, as indicated. And here you can clearly see where the gap is, right? The gap is slap bang in the middle of the road, down the center line, and that's where the fire truck would then cross. The picture at the top shows actually how, based on the spacing that you have, that the fire truck actually traverses these without being impacted in response time. Next slide, please. So option 3 is a little bit of a hybrid where we kept 3 speed cushions and we introduced 2 additional mini roundabouts, the one at Hayden and the other one at Olive Street. Next slide, please. So here is a typical layout again, is where we, again, if you look at Hawkins Street, retain the medians, speed cushion in the mid-block, and then a mini circle at Hayden Street. Next slide, please. And this shows the option for a roundabout at Park and the other one at Olive. Next slide, please. This further down is then where we install those 2 speed cushions mid-block between Palm and Vine and between Vine and Nash. And then down at the bottom corner, you can see where Nash, we do the same median treatment at Nash. Next slide, please. So you will recall that the 4th circle that we talked about was behavioral change, right? And behavioral change has to do with turning the street into a real neighborhood street, creating acceptance from not just the people that drive on it, but also buy-in from the residents. During the community conversations that we've had, there were great stories of history being told, of what had happened in the past on Sally Street. So we believe there's a great opportunity to help reflect a little bit of Gilroy's history along Hollister's history along Sally Street, with median treatment and pavement treatment and some local artwork. And that's really an aspect that brings community together on the street and makes people feel proud about the implementation of traffic calming measures on their street. Next slide, please. So the schedule and next steps are really, the focus is to get ready, if depending on which option you recommend tonight or adopt and say we should move forward with, is to look at designs. The next slide, please. Is to finish complete engineering and design in the fall, and then early winter next year is to place the bids for construction, and then at the end of winter, probably early summer, is to have a construction project that can be implemented. Next slide. So what we're asking for tonight is direction from council for implementing one of these options on Sally Street. And that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very excited about this presentation. Thank you, Frederick. I'm team hybrid for sure. I really like the look and feel of having all the different elements to help slow down traffic. I know that each neighborhood's going to have its unique challenges, and we might need different things, but I really like the look, design, and feel of having all of those elements. The medians at the both ends, the speed humps for sure, and the roundabouts. The only thing that I would ask for is I really like the idea of adding a physical barrier to the bike lane. I've been going around taking pictures and sharing them with the mayor, and I think I've talked to Abraham about this before. Fremont has these green posts, like these plastic posts. I think that'll go with the green bike lane paint that you're going to have. I just really like the idea of having a physical barrier to slow down the traffic and to protect the bike lanes and to encourage more pedestrian bike traffic. Of course, I've said this before, and I wrote, I studied this in my master's program. When you beautify with art, it gives a sense of ownership to the community. They buy into it and they respect it. I think that this project has the potential to lay a template, so to speak, for how we can really improve the look and feel of downtown Hollister. So I'm really excited about that. And we do have a very new Arts and Culture Commission that I think would be happy, right, Ms. Garza, to help put out a fair process to get some local artists to help out with that component. So those are my thoughts. I love it. Great job. I think that the value in having the community input in these meetings it's what we need, and I really appreciate that. So I don't want to change it too much. I really like the hybrid. I like the idea of having some type of physical barrier for the bike lanes. I've seen those green posts again, and I really like the idea of the art element. In particular, Watsonville has those mosaic tiles on the corner downtown, and I just think that this really has the potential to change the look and feel of our downtown. I've already said that. I'm going to stop talking, but I'm so excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I agree with everything the Vice Mayor said. I really like the idea of getting our Art Commission involved in this project, and I think the hybrid is a win-win. I guess my only other question would be, looking at a project that is potentially several months out, what is where are we at on the budget on this, City Manager? Is this a funded project, or is this something that we're going to have to?
Yeah. Yeah, so it has been funded, and it would be probably, we can either use our TDA funds with COG or Measure G. So we have the funding.
I'm excited. Thank you.
Sure,
Let's conclude my questions and comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I do have a couple of comments, and I agree. The hybrid, I think you captured what the residents were asking for there. I know there was a lot of conversations. I do agree with maybe we can't put too many up, but the delineators along the bike path, space out far enough so people can still park. But they do recognize that that is a bike path, and this is part of that goal to get a city where people can safely bike or use the streets in a safe manner rather than fear for their life. So I thought you captured that really well. Obviously, there is other work that has to be planned here, the water pipe that we're working on here too, and some of the other projects that have to go in first. So in the meantime, what I would like to see, or before I go too far, some of this I think we need to also transfer over to the north side of Sally Street, as far as some of the designs, the bike lanes, and you're not going to have the roundabouts, but you can do some of the other parts in here. I think it's really important. The north side of the Sally also has the same problem of people racing through. Also, weight limit signs. I think on all these neighborhoods, we're having truck traffic cut through these streets also. So if we can see what that weight limit is, make sure we're putting those signs up and posting them, that would help quite a bit in these areas. But in the meantime, as some of these other designs are being worked on, and we're looking at about a year here, this is one of the other streets we talked about, temporary, put the speed humps here anyways right now to slow some of this traffic down, because you do see the cut through quite a bit. You see the high school traffic coming in and then going down Vine, so Vine is going to need a few of those speed humps too to keep people from just using this as a shortcut in the temporary anyways until we can get to this next part. But I thought you captured it very, very well. It's exciting to see your designs coming to fruition, and I'm looking forward to seeing this project start to happen. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. One final request on my behalf, please. I'd like to see our police department maybe do some enhanced traffic enforcement in that particular area. 55 miles per hour, that's like a death wish.
Absolutely.
And that may be the exception to the rule, but sometimes it's amazing what a little red and blue light will do with the officer with the ticket book. Thank you.
Councilor,
I would agree.
Resendez, go ahead.
So I guess two things to Councilmember Burns' point. I thought that they said that we can't really legally impose traffic fines on that street, but maybe around the area, like on Nash.
Yeah, we could.
And just the presence might be a good idea.
Well, they might not be able to enforce the posted speed limit based on the information that's come up aboard
Yeah.
tonight, but my presumption is that if you're going 55, 55 is unsafe in any area.
That's true.
And so
Absolutely.
maybe it's an education process, maybe it's a financial hardship, and and I know our police officers do a great job and have great discretion. So I'd like to see often just putting the motorcycles where the units out there will get a immediate response. Thank you.
Absolutely. And then my second, I'm assuming we are going to slurry seal this, right? And are we
Yeah.
budgeted for it?
They're going to repair complete grind.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So then I would assume that we can, if we do put the temporary speed humps there, that we can easily remove those and then put them back after we're done with the complete grind and slurry seal.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely. So good job again. Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. If I can add, though, if we could, if we approve this next, can we get a mailing out to the residents to let them know what the design is, what the timeline is, what the temporary solutions are until that work goes, and remind them that we're also designing the new water line with this whole project, so people understand that we're encompassing all the projects into this, so we understand they're all there.
Yes, we can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I know they would. I get a lot of emails from residents on Sally asking about that. And then again, if we can look at the north side of Sally Street and implement some of the same ideas, they'd be grateful. So thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt, where are we? Resolution number 2021-198, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. We'll now go to F4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is traffic calming night in Hollister. So
Loving it. We're loving this.
So I will, I think Christian's going to make a presentation first.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item is essentially the same as the previous one. This will be for Buena Vista Road traffic calming. The city and Kimley Horn did the public outreach where the public had the chance to weigh in to see what the design and what the concerns are out there for Buena Vista. So Frederick will be doing the presentation and showing what the conclusion was.
Thank you, Christian. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to thank Socorro and Christian. They've been really a big help in moving forward, especially with all the outreach and getting meetings organized. So it's been a pleasure working with staff to move forward with this, with the traffic calming plan. So Buena Vista Road is our next plan. It is a far longer stretch of road compared to Sally. It's about 1.2, 1.3 miles long. Next slide, please. So look at the project again. So the project background, it's like I said, it's a fairly long strip. Next slide, please. It connects San Benito Street to, actually, if you go further west on Buena Vista, it connects to 156. So this is actually a route that people take to leave the city and come home as well. And west of Berasini Lane is where the road opens up a little bit. There is a 90-degree turn, a couple of them before you get to 156. But of course, that's where people start speeding up. And I think they also speed up on Buena Vista already. The segments of Buena Vista Road from Locust to the edge of the city is a more traditional road with varying widths because of haphazard development. So the south side is developed, but the north side is happening sort of in a patchwork fashion. More recently, the North Street extension over the hill has been completed, and also the city widened and finished the widening of Buena Vista Road in front of the cemetery. As we finished Buena Vista Road, we also went into the public participation process. We were asked to also assess conditions on the North Street extension specifically. So, that was an addition, especially at the second meeting. And after that, we also did some additional data collection on North Street. So I'm going to share some of that with you tonight as well. Of course, we have the Calaveras Elementary School, which is a major destination for the community, and that creates more concern about safety, especially for children. They're heading towards school, being dropped off and being picked up. Next slide, please. So the current Buena Vista Road has about 45 feet, and it varies in width, but this is the typical cross-section of roadway width. The westbound travel lane is about 15 feet wide. I actually think it's the other way around. I think it's the eastbound travel lane is about, no, that is correct, sorry, 15 feet wide on the westbound side. The eastbound is about 12 feet wide with a 6-foot bike lane, and then there's parking for the homes along the south side of the street. And then, of course, on where the homes are, there's sidewalk and some landscaping. On the north side of the street, as you can see here, there's a very small shoulder, and that shoulder widens out. Sometimes it's wide enough that the bike can ride in it. Sometimes it disappears. But past the pavement, there's basically gravel and rural development. There has been some newer development occurring, and the road has been widened on the north side. And it's classified as a 2-lane collector street, which means that the speeds are slightly higher, the road cross-section is a little wider, but it provides local access to homes on the street. So the intent is, since people live here, they park here, they ride their bikes and they walk, is to keep the speeds down despite the fact that it is a collector street. Next slide, please. So the city has also completed what's called the City of Hollister Complete Streets Plan 2020, and it had identified improvements along the corridor for near-term and long-term to improve the corridor to actually have a more complete streets principle, where there would be bike lanes, parking. You can see this is an illustrative section here at the bottom. Both the cross-section is interim, and the one on the left, the nice picture, is long-term, where there would be the opportunity to convert the street to have a protected bike lane, and then parking, and then the travel ways. This is substantially wider than what's planned for the street, and also it's wider than has been built. So it may be slightly challenging to implement all of it, but we're going to show you what short-term and some of the longer-term options are based on the cross-section that we do see today. Next slide, please. So similar to Sally, we collected data along the corridor. Next slide, please. Again, speeding volumes, and how do we implement appropriate measures to slow down traffic. Volumes is a major concern here because, as I said, it's one of the routes outside that leads to destinations to and inside the city and outside of the city. So my gut feel is that we will not be able to reduce volumes. However, with the measures that we have, as we are definitely looking at reducing the speeding that happens on the street. Next slide, please. So here are average daily volumes on the street, and these were counted 2019 approximately. So you can see the volumes vary between about 4,000. Obviously, they increase as you go west, and you can see how traffic then goes down, where there's a diversion onto Miller and West Side. Also, this was before, these counts were taken before North Street was opened up. So pretty low volumes once you hit Locust. Next slide, please. These are forecasted volumes on Buena Vista from the city's old general plan. And you can see how the volumes go up from 4,000 to about 7,000, heading towards the west. And of course, with North Street opening up, again, 5,000 cars heading over North Street towards San Benito Street. Slight increases on West Side and Miller Road. Next slide, please. 85th percentile speeds here, very, very high as well. Speed limit's 30 miles an hour. We have the school has a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. If school's present and children are present, but you can see we're looking at between 40, 44, 43, and 47 miles an hour, 42, 43. So 45, I would say, approximately is a good guess on a good judgment on Buena Vista itself. Quite interesting was that when we measured speeds, and this was after we did Buena Vista, we measured speeds on North Street, was that the speeds between Fern and Raven was measured at 51 miles an hour. So even though it's not a street where there's direct home access, this is still concerning. There are homes fronting the streets, so it creates noise. People do drive too fast. And it's not ideal for North Street at all. If people tend to drive fast on one section, by default, they're going to probably drive fast on the next section of the next block as well. Next slide, please. So similar to Sally Street, we've developed this traffic calming toolbox. I'm not going to dwell on those. Next slide, please. Again, same measures, looking at bicycle pedestrian safety, parking, EV access, and community impact. Next slide, please. Again, vertical shifts, horizontal shifts. We didn't recommend any closures, and then a little bit on behavior changes, right? So we're going to show you specifically with some of the striping changes that we're recommending, how we are going to change behavior and slow down traffic as well. Next slide, please. So similar to Sally, we had two outreach meetings with the public. They were also virtual during COVID, actually pretty well attended. I was impressed by the number of people that showed up, and the participation was actually very, very constructive. Great feedback. People will not just focus what's happening in front of their house, but they were thinking about the broader community, thinking about the school, how to cross the street, parking, and of course the speeding. Next couple of slides. So, we also prepared an online survey, and, we also received more than 2/3 support for implementing traffic calming measures to help reduce traffic speeds along the roadway. We then prepared, based on that feedback, some concepts, presented that. I'm sorry, this was the first workshop, but so March 24th, we talked about traffic calming measures, presented the toolbox, and listened to the community. Next slide, please. The next workshop was held in July, and that's where we presented our conceptual layout. Of course, this was also when North Street was opened up, and concerns was voiced about North Street, and after that, we actually went out and surveyed some additional speeds and really recommend improvements on North Street going across the hill. Next slide, please. So I'm going to present you the layouts, and what we did here is we are recommending an interim layout and an ultimate layout. And this is also based on feedback from the community, and the intent of immediately having an option to install some options, whereas with the long-term option is really very dependent on the development on the north side of Buena Vista, because we need right-of-way. Now this looks like a lot of speed bumps, but please remember that this is like 1.2 miles, so it's almost twice as long as what we had on Sally, and we've strategically placed these to really have an effect on slowing down the traffic. Also, in the interim here, you can see we're not recommending any other measures, right? So remember on Sally, we had a couple of roundabouts which reduced the need for speed cushions, but this is really a recommendation where we primarily make use of striping. So there's going to be some changing of lanes and making them more narrow, having buffered bike lanes, retaining the parking. and then implementing these speed cushions, right? We're recommending two potential RRFBs. Actually, one has been installed already. The first one is at Line Street, where the community on the north side crosses the street. It's also a yellow crosswalk, so we're recommending that there's some striping improvements plus an RFB at that location. And then the other RFB that has been installed is actually at Fern, going over the hill. We're just recommending some striping improvements there as well. Next slide, please. So again, the same slide for regarding speed cushions, benefits and drawbacks. Next slide, please. Again, the layouts showing how we protect the entire road. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about the interim concept for North Street, looking specifically at the North Street striping. So currently, the view on the bottom here is as you look from Locust towards the east, so you're looking towards San Benito Street. You can see that the road is actually quite wide. It starts out with a painted median, very wide bike lane, and the speed limit here is 30, right? So the speed limit is set here because of restrictive side distance. You can see if you're in this location, you can actually not see where Fern joins the intersection, right? Next slide, please. So what we're recommending on the upper graphic is that we maintain in the median, the stripe median that you saw as you go from Locust towards San Benito, that turns into a left-turn pocket onto Fern Street. We narrow the lanes to 11 feet, I think it is. We're just going to get to that, 10 or 11 feet, and then we install a bike buffer. Right, so on because we don't have on-street parking and because we don't have access, this is the ideal location for installing these green bollards. And you can actually see at this bottom picture is an actual photograph that shows how that can be done. This one has a combination of what we call armadillos and in the green bollards. So those armadillos are like it's an obstruction. It's almost like a cat eye that you put in the road, but they are, if you drive over them, they definitely will damage your vehicle. Once we get to the intersection of Fern is to install the 444 crosswalk, and the city has already installed the RRFB there. And I think the main reason for that is just because of side distance and also to highlight the fact that pedestrians are crossing there and increase their visibility. As you go down the hill, and so Fern is sort of on the crest of the hill, and as you go down towards San Benito, we then recommend to continue the bike buffers, right? But then we start introducing a slight median we recommend 2 speed humps between Fern and Monterey. And the main reason for these are to reduce speeding. You can see how we widen the buffer in the bike lanes, and we also change the lane slightly. And you can also see there's striping ahead of these cushions to help warn people that they got to slow down, right? Because if people are going 55 and they're going to, or 51, 55 miles an hour, they're going to hit the speed cushion, their vehicle may get damaged. So we're adding an extra layer of warning devices here so that they do see them and they slow down. And then as you get closer to Monterey, we actually conform back to the existing striping, which retains the bike lane, have 2 travel lanes, and then the median lane that gives an opportunity for the couple of homes that needs access to gain access to the driveways and also make left turns and onto Monterey. And then, of course, you get Raven, where also then there's left turn pockets. Next slide, please. So this is the ultimate concept where we then recommend that there will be 3 roundabouts installed. There's already one planned and the city is collecting money for it. I think it's at the Mirabella development. And then where there was a recommendation for 2 more. These are not mini circles. They are actually slightly larger than just a normal mini roundabout. And I'm going to show you the images of those. And then very important here, you will see that there's actually a roundabout recommended at Beresini Lane as well. Now, think about it. If you're coming off 156, right, you're coming around the corner, you are in a rural setting, and then as you drive on, you hit the city, right? So immediately this becomes a gateway element that has two functions. Number one, it tells you, hey, you're reaching a city. We're changing the street concept for you. We're changing the layout. And then, of course, by default, the roundabout will slow you down. So very important that we have this gateway element from a traffic perspective coming into the city. And then the other two are, again, placed strategically. So one recommended at West Side and the other one at Gonzales Drive. We retain some of the speed cushions. And of course, we retain the RFBs, specifically the one at the line that's going to be new as well. No additional changes along North Street. Next slide, please. This was a mini roundabout, I think, but so we're going to increase slightly on this, but the principles of roundabouts stay about the same. Next slide, please. So these are the roundabout layouts, and I think there's one that's already been prepared for Gonzales Drive, so we're repeating these down the road, and the reason we are slightly increasing these in size and giving them more character is also because this is a collector, right? So it's going to have higher volumes. And we're going to see children crossing between specifically the neighborhoods on the north coming to the school. So you can see how we focused on bringing in the traditional elements of a single lane roundabout that is slightly larger. But with these, no right-of-way acquisition, they will still fit in the existing pavement and right-of-way that's been assigned. Next slide, please. It's the west side one, very similar layout. Next slide, please. So similar to Sally Street is again bringing in community character, right? Can we stripe the crosswalks at those roundabouts, or can we stripe or do something else that will enhance the character? Can we bring in some history and artwork so that the community actually buys into this and actually they feel like it's part of their community and where they live, and they can show their kids, hey, this is what we've done for you so that you can have a better place to live and play and walk to school. Next slide, please. So schedule the next steps. Next slide. So very similar to Sally, plan is to now start the engineering design, get it done and present it to council. Bids go out in early winter, and then construction at the end of winter, early summer. So the recommendation to council tonight is to approve the interim traffic calming options so we can get something in the ground really fast, and then develop a long-term plan where the city could potentially collect fees from future development to help fund those roundabouts. Those are real mini roundabouts, not circles, slightly bigger than just the circles. It's for installation as additional measures along the corridor.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps it was in the staff report. I don't recall seeing it, though. And it wasn't really a conversation about the Sally Street project that proceeded, but have we done a lighting assessment as well? Because in the daytime, this is going to be pretty easy, but some of those areas aren't the best lit. And so I'm wondering if it isn't part of this conversation, is that a separate conversation that we need to move forward with as well?
Frederick, are you able to answer that?
So great question. On Sally Street, there was concern that there's inadequate street lighting. I think we only have some street lights at some of the intersections. I do believe, that would be a total separate project from what we have here in front of you. This is really to calm the traffic. So installing street lights along Sally would be a total, like I said, a total different project. Along Buena Vista, I have to admit that I'm not 100% familiar with street lighting there, but I do think on the south side, because there are homes and they are newer, that the city would have installed street lights there. I'll have a quick look while, and I don't know if Socorro or Christian wanted to add maybe.
Yes, so one of the issues is that a lot of the section on the north side of Buena Vista is actually in the county, so those areas don't have as much lighting as on the south side, so that's the main reason. There's no any studies that have been done. It could be something that it could be taken to council in the future if that's something the council desires to move forward with.
Thank you. I would actually recommend that to the city manager. I mean, if we're gonna invest in these neighborhoods, which we clearly are and we're excited about it, why would we only do 80%, 90% of the work? I'm being arbitrary in that number, but I think an assessment would be helpful to then know where we could maybe enhance the lighting. And we know the lighting enhancing does more than simply slow the traffic down. So, yeah, that would just be my request, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, we can bring that forward to future council meeting.
Thank
I
you.
mean, we're looking at 6th Street right now, so we'll probably just have that included also.
Okay, I look forward to that. And then I guess my second question is, it appears that all the traffic circles, they're hardscape. Is there an alternative where there could be a softscape in there? I'm not suggesting I want that, but it would be helpful to have an option in that regard as well.
That's a great question. So once the design is completed and there's an option for some soft green space in that median, once we run the truck turning templates, that can be determined. But one element that I want to focus is if you think about all the pedestrian crossings, so the four corners, that's going to create great opportunity for adding landscape and the artwork, right? So there's definitely an element that makes it far greener than what there is now.
Thank you, appreciate it. Mayor, that's my questions and comments, thank you.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know I sound like a bit of a broken record, but this is the street out of everywhere. The police are here. They can probably attest to this, that we get the most, not necessarily complaints, but people are afraid of what's happening on Buena Vista. Mr. Venter, I noticed that you recorded a highest speed when you gave us the report on Sally. Can you tell us what the highest speed recorded on Buena Vista is?
51, 52.
That was an average. I didn't see the bar model where you told us what the highest speed on Sally was. What was the highest speed given on Buena Vista in your report?
If you can give me a minute, I'll page there and I'll report back.
Thank you. We have a school here. There's not a safe passage for the children to get there. I've got some major concerns about what we're seeing, the project that we're seeing tonight presented that we're actually going to approve. Where are we at with the funding for the whole project? I understand that it sounds like we're probably going to be a little bit dependent on development and that side to help pay for that. It's not, in my opinion, sufficient. This needs to be addressed now, and I would like for us to prioritize to find the funding if we don't already have it prioritized for this road. So what does the funding mechanisms look like for this project?
Well, part of the funding is from development, and because we were have them pay for it as they develop on the county side, and that's going to be the issue. Is the county does have some of those own half that road, so it's hard for us to tell them what to do. But we can work on some joint projects and see if that's something that they would be willing to entertain.
Yeah, how many county pockets are there, and are they willing to help pay for some of this? If we can find a formula that says, it's gonna cost this much, and if we break that into your pockets, then we would like for you to adopt the funding mechanisms to help pay for that.
Yeah, we can have that discussion with them.
Okay, I think that this is, it's pretty dangerous and scary, and I can't tell you how many complaints I get about it. That's why I'm inquiring about the highest speed on Buena Vista. I would assume, and I would imagine that it's far more greater than 55 miles an hour. Right. That was an average. And I get people calling all the time about it. This is not, in my opinion, sufficient for us to adopt an interim plan. I would like for the complete plan to be funded and adopted, and I would like for us to prioritize that. Some of the things that concern me are, if we just go with the interim plan, you only have a crosswalk with a lighted area on Line Street. most kids come from West Side Boulevard, and they cross from there. In fact, Abraham just had a discussion with some residents because of some occurrences that are going on there that she's seen, that she's concerned about when the kids are going to school. So if we just go with the interim, we're not addressing that problem on West Side. The racing I've talked about, and I really have to say, I think that what Councilmember Burns said, it resonated with me. If we're going to do something, we need to do not just 80, 90% of the work. We need to just get it done. We really do. So I'm looking forward to hearing back what that highest speed is, but I can guarantee you it's more than 55 miles per hour. I do not support adopting an interim plan. I'd like for us to find the funding and adopt the complete street plan. I would like for the county to consider helping us with that. And I would like for this to be prioritized because I do think that, and I'm not trying to, put one over the other, but I get more complaints, I think we all do, about Buena Vista than Sally Street. So we've got the plan. I know it takes money, but I would really like for us to put our heads together and to see this project come to fruition. Thank you.
Mr. Burns, did you have another comment?
I do, actually. Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor, I don't disagree with anything you've said, but I actually, later in the evening, I'm going to talk a little bit about the speed cushions on Cerro Vista, and I've already seen some immediate changes on that street from the several times I've personally driven down it. Having said that, this is a big project, and it seems to me that the speed cushions might be a short-term solution to a permanent problem, but yet I think anything we can do immediately would be good versus not doing the interim. But I agree 100% with you about a bigger project and sooner. But unlike other streets, we do have the challenge with the county. I've also talked about Valley View, and that's a similar street. I don't know that the problems exist because there's not an elementary school on Valley View, but at least not that I'm aware of. And so I support you. I support your position. I've heard what you said, but I would like to at least. I believe the city could get the speed cushions up within probably a week to 2 weeks, and that's a beginning. But I agree, we can't park this indefinitely until we can figure it out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think you're both correct. Something needs to happen now to slow down that traffic. Buena Vista, if you spend any time there, you will see those numbers are going to come back in the 70s plus. It's unbelievable what people do in that area. Unfortunately, a lot of bad planning took place in this area. Remember some of those projects warning about being able to exit from the home straight onto the road was going to be extremely dangerous. And I think at the time people felt, well, people will slow down, everything will be just great, and more homes will fit in there. Well, if you listen to a lot of the people that complain in the area, those homeowners are the ones scared to death. They're just scared to death that their kids are going to be killed, or they're going to be killed backing out of their own driveways. I want to make sure in our planning here that we don't have this problem happen again. We're seeing this now just with the parking we had at Maple and Chapel. Rather than forcing the developer to provide more parking within, we said, we just go park your cars around the perimeter of your development, and it's created some problems. So we need to see more of those protected bike lanes as we plan for more of this Buena Vista on the north side. We need to make sure that we have, those aren't parking areas, but those are protected bike lanes. So we're planning for our residents to be safe. And the crosswalks with the lights on them are very important in several sections because, it's amazing that people will see kids and think the kids are just in their way and will really race around them without even a thought to it. So let's make sure we're planning on that correctly. Former Supervisor De La Cruz was so passionate about trying to work with the city several years ago to do a permanent fix for this area. And I think it's really important that we do have that conversation with the county, see if we get the permanent road. Yes, we know part of it's county still, but what that can look like so we have that permanent protected bike lane on the north side of Buena Vista. Let's not make the mistakes we made on the south side of Buena Vista. Make sure it is lighted correctly, because you're absolutely right, Councilmember Burns, that lighting plays an important factor. These are the kind of things that need to happen and right away. Speed humps, as the interim, if we don't do that, we're going to be facing people racing at high speeds for another year, because this is a big project. Let's not kid ourselves. This is a big project. But we should be, as Councilmember Vice Mayor Resendez pointed out, this should be one of the highest priority permanent projects, because we need to get this thing done. We've been neglecting this for way too many years, hoping on the developers to do it, and once we get there, then the developers don't want to do it, and we find a way to accept whatever they're proposing to us. That just has to stop. So we need to decide what that looks like, make sure we're charging those that are still coming in accordingly to cover those costs. It might be several years down the road, but we'll recoup the cost. What we can't afford is to lose a life because we haven't taken this area serious, and we are going to lose that life in this area. So I'd like to, again, both of you, I think you're both right, get that interim done now to slow people down and figure out a way with the county to at least help us do their portion, or give us the rights to the property on the north side so we can take over it and then charge any other developers correctly. But please, I'm going to repeat this with planning, let's not make the same mistakes on the north side of Buena Vista as we did on the southern side of it. Let's make sure we have protected bike lanes, the meandering sidewalks, all the things we need to have a beautiful city, not just what's the cheapest way for a developer to build a community. That just does not work. And I think we have a council that fully agrees with that. So I want to thank you guys again for coming up with the vision, because it's something I think we can be proud of, and seeing those delineators protecting the bike path, that's exactly what I want to see throughout our city. One thing I did want to add, on the east side, going over the hill, you had speed humps going towards San Benito. I think we have to look at a speed hump going up the hill from Locust up, because people move quite quickly on that portion going up to the top of the hill before they start flying down the other side, and the same thing coming the other way. So I think it might be something we want to put a speed hump in the middle between the bottom to the top of the road on that section. If you can pull that up, you can go back a few. Right there, right there. That section on the west side from the bottom to the high point would probably need to have some sort of speed hump, because again, people do fly up as they start moving up over the hill, and they do come racing down that side. So to slow that down, I would recommend we look at putting some sort of a speed hump in there too. That's all I have. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just in your conversation, I do recall having a conversation with Supervisor De La Cruz saying that he had earmarked some money for Buena Vista. I don't exactly remember, but maybe I can reach out to him, or you can check with the county staff to look into that. I just think, again, we need to think outside the box. I don't think we can build it and then require future developers to pay into that. Can we?
Yeah, we can have it figured out, yes.
Yeah. So then I would suggest that. I don't think we've ever done that I know of, but I would suggest that we do something to ensure that it gets done. And again, I'm just afraid, as Councilmember Burns pointed out, that's just going to sit on the table, and then nothing's going to get done. And years from now, we're going to be dependent on development. But this is something that we should really prioritize. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, maybe I can maybe ease Vice Mayor Resendez's concern. I agree with everybody that something needs to be done right away to slow that traffic down. My concern is with working with the county and different options, it's going to delay things a month, 2 months at the earliest. I would rather see something in there right away. And I think staff has heard you that this is a high priority, and we can work on that. But by pushing it, waiting for the county and waiting for some others, this delays it even longer. So that's my concern.
I think what I believe the consensus here was to do the plan, immediate plan with the speed humps, and then work towards that permanent solution, but really work towards it, not just
Correct.
push it off, but let's sit down and have those meetings. Where did the money Mr. Dela Cruz put aside, where did that go? So we use this, how do we have the property lines adjusted so we can have the curb sidewalk on the other side, have the protected bike lane on the north side, have the street lights on the north side, all the things we need to do. It's just that time to do it. Okay, I think we have some speaker cards.
If you may.
Go ahead, sir.
Just to answer council members' concerns regarding the speed. So when I set up the counters out there, the counters are set up to capture speed up to 65. That doesn't necessarily mean that the highest speed was 65. It could have been 80, but we did see a couple of them going 65 plus. The other concern was regarding the north side. Unfortunately, going with the ultimate design, which the consensus were to make sure that we move forward with that, is that a lot of the north side of Buena Vista is private property, so we're dependent on essentially the property owner developing, annexing into the city, so that will take some time. As of right now, we only have a few properties that have annexed and developed that have paid a contribution for the roundabout at Gonzales. So that's just another issue that we have that will be taken into account.
No, and I think we all understand that. I think the issue though is the old way of doing business here was let's work with the developer, get his development built as cheap as possible, and then we'll worry about the next thing later. What we're saying is let's fix this now all the way across. We know what's going to come in the future. We need to do it right. We need to work with the county, see what we need to do, get those property rights to build that curb. Because one of the problems that's going to happen here is the people that speed will use the dirt side of the north side of that road to get around the speed humps.
Correct.
They will. And what's going to happen there is they're going to lose control and come flying over to the south side while kids are walking to school or something. We're going to have a tragedy. So we have to do these other efforts now or find a way to make sure that cannot happen. So we need to reach out to the property owners. We need to work with the county, see what we can do to build that ultimate plan and make this as safe as possible. This is not an easy task, and this is why one of the old ways of just proving this development here and there doesn't work. You have to have that master plan. This is not you, and I
completely understand.
Your crew has been awesome. You have to build a master plan so it's completed, so we don't have these type of things anymore that lead to this really bad design. So, and we're going to all have to work together. And I think city manager will work with the CAO of the county, and hopefully we can find that money that Mr. Dela Cruz had set aside for this county side, and we can get something done.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Mr. Representative, you have one more comment?
Thank you. Really quick, I understand the logic about not putting a crosswalk at West Side, but if this gets approved tonight, I think we really should have a temporary safe passage for the children on West Side and Buena Vista. Thanks.
Thank you. Comment cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Celia Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Celia Sanchez, and these are my daughters, Sara and Jaretsi. And we are here because I didn't see on the presentation a crosswalk sign on, I live on Thompson, and we cross to Raven Street. So we cross Buena Vista.
I'm sorry, can you talk into the mic right there so that we can get it on the tape?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And I did not see a pedestrian crosswalk sign on the presentation. We would like to request one because we cross over there every day.
At Raven?
At Raven, and yes. Is there one? I'm sorry, did I miss it?
Yes, this is Ferry Greater. Yes, there's one at Raven. All four corners will have a crosswalk.
So there will be crosswalks with signage, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what we were here to request. I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to make sure.
And thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
More speakers. Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2021-20. Wait a second.
199.
2021-199. But I would like for us to, I don't know if it's just a matter of striping to increase, to make sure that we have a safe passage for the children on West Side to cross. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. We will take a 10-minute break.
Couldn't back people up on the track. Land, it's always land. Every deal's about land.
Quick question, Brett. Is the COLA part of our first, or is that not?
For your first?
Okay.
Meeting on the salary schedule, it gets included.
Okay.
And even your proposed
All right, everyone, if you'll take a seat, we'll get started again. We are now going to move to item F5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is the agreement with San Benito High School District. It's a 3-year renewal. This is an agreement that the body of the agreement is the same as prior. Just the date has changed, and it's through 2024. And this is for a school resource officer.
Thank you. Any questions from council? I do have a comment. I want to make sure, I was disappointed when they canceled the contract in the first place, but I want to make sure as we move forward that we're charging the correct amount. Our costs have gone up considerably, and
Okay.
I think that officer now is there for the 9 months. And I think the number, did we make sure it is covering those 9 months?
Oh.
All in, I think with that,
Mr. Mayor, the contract covers 50% of the officer's pay for the school year. And the numbers should be correct. Right now, we do agree with the fact that the officer is there more than what they pay. But at this time, we decided that due to the financial constraints and COVID-19, that it was not an appropriate time to bring that discussion up.
and I agree with you. I just think for the future contract, we have to make sure it really reflects it, because
Correct.
it's turned out that the officer is spending all his time there, and which they should. Absolutely should. I think we're seeing school districts around the state now rethinking the idea they didn't need officers there,
Correct.
because they play a valuable role in helping the kids, stopping things from ever happening. So I totally agreement with it. I just want to make sure on the future ones that we really look at the true cost and let the school districts know now what the true costs are so they can budget for it also. It'd be helpful for them.
Sure, we will definitely work with them.
Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 3-0. We'll now move to item F6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The city clerk's office is requesting approval to go with a Public Records Act management system. And we're seeking to go with next request, Archive Social. We currently do have the money budgeted in our budget. While we did provide 3 quotes and received 3 quotes, they are not the lowest, but they're not the highest. And the reason we decided to go with this company particularly is it's got a good workflow tool. It looks like it's going to be easy to implement, very user-friendly. There's dashboards, custom reporting, request diversion, regular product improvements, feature updates, security, SOC2 security audit, encryption and threat uptime monitoring. In addition to that, there are some tools that this particular software program had that the others did not. One of them was redactions, rapid review, where you could batch redactions. And one of the other items that they had that the others didn't have was a risk module, which means that it would look at each item uploaded into our software, into this software program, scan it to see if risk for redaction was high, medium, or low, which is something we don't have currently. And we also found that we still have to take our PST files?
We still have to do our manual searches of email
Emails.
files, but we're able to upload it, and it actually organizes the emails in a certain way that,
Will reduce duplications
Right.
and make it easier for when legal approval needs to come through. He's not going over the same email 6 times, so.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any questions, Councilor? Councilman Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Clerk, is this program only intended for your department, or is this going to be used citywide? And would the police department and the fire department also use your resource?
Yes.
So,
This,
okay, no,
yes.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
And in addition to that, where a lot of the requests can be made public, so that should another member of our community have that same request for that same information, they could retrieve it. There's also the capability of that not being retrievable in the case of, say, an incident report where there might be confidential information, or maybe an incident report would only be given to a person that was part of the incident. So there are security measures to where some can be obtainable by the public and some won't be.
Thank you. Sounds like money well spent to me, and I'm going to support this, of course.
Thank you. Council,
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Resendiz, you have no questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We're going to move to
Thank you.
item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the San Benito County Water Resource Agency meeting this past week, and I know this is going to sound strange, but we're in a drought, and they asked that I remind you. I mean, it's strange from the standpoint that it rained last night, which we're all grateful for. I think that's what was falling out of the sky, and they asked to remind everybody that we're actually in a serious drought, all joking set aside, and to be frugal where and when you can. We don't want to find ourselves in a mandatory rationing system, and so that concludes my report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Resendiz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We attended the Intergovernmental Committee. Gavilan College and the animal shelter were on the agenda. Unfortunately, we didn't have a representative from Gavilan College there to present, but they will be at the next meeting. And then, the animal shelter, and I spoke to the city manager about this, and Mr. Prado was there to be present for the city manager because he was away on business. And we're asking, well, some of the questions that came up, there's a lot of things. So I had some inquiries about the shelter not being open on the weekend. So we're hoping to extend that service to the community members because it's a bit of an inconvenience when a lot of people are commuting outside of city.
Correct. And the chief's looking at it right now, how to implement that.
Okay, and then the conversation went even further than that, and we talked with some of our friends, the supervisors at the county. We talked about this before you were a city manager, about potentially looking into joining the JP8 Santa Cruz. If there was interest in that, I myself, along with a councilwoman that was here previously, were looking into that. We had both toured the Santa Cruz animal shelter, and it sounds like a pretty viable option. I think the county was interested in just exploring the option. Again, I think it's just worth looking into. So I would request that we potentially connect with them, maybe get some tours going, and then just revisit that conversation and report back to the county and see if there's interest on their part, as well as the city of San Juan Bautista. For future agenda items, we are going to, again, have Dr. Rose come and present about the expansion in Gavilan College, and then we're going to have Superintendent Dr. Sean Tenenbaum come and talk to us about the impacts that the high school are feeling with the residential growth. I also wanted to officially welcome, again, Supervisor Bob Tiffany, who is now the newest member of our committee. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. The report I have is from our LAFCO Commission. Just a reminder for the council members, we have a joint meeting set for October 27th at 5 p.m. That's San Juan Bautista, City of Hollister, and the county to discuss future growth in the community and how we can plan better. And by doing this, we can really avoid all the mistakes that have been made in the past. So it's a really important meeting to really get a good understanding of the consequences of, you want to say, leapfrog development or really not following state rules. And unfortunately, we've done that here this community. We were not following the state rules on growth. We were just picking any area to grow and then annexing it or just providing services, which creates a lot of our problems. So 5 p.m., October 27th, our LAFCO joint meeting for all of us. And now we'll move to item G2, informational reports. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few items, but I'll be brief. I wanted to get an update at the city manager's convenience on, remind me, we're now without an airport manager. Didn't she not recently retire?
You are correct.
Okay, and so I'd like to know where we're at in recruiting to fill that vacancy. I mean, I know you went for a conference, and I suspect that's a critical position for us. Also,
It is. Sorry.
No,
I agree with you.
Okay. Also, last time I was on the city website, I noticed that our planning and development department seemed to be closed the majority of Fridays, and perhaps that's a direct result that we don't have the staffing. But I would think as part of customer service, I would like to see and know where we're headed with that so that we can provide a full level of service whenever possible. Wanted to ask our city attorney if you've had the opportunity yet, and if you haven't, I understand to find a legal definition for the word consensus.
I have Councilmember Burns, and the response I'm going to give to you on that is not yet complete, but it's well underway.
Perfect, thank you, I appreciate the update. Also want to thank the city at large for the traffic calming devices that were put on Sierra Vista. I drove that street as recently as today, and it's amazing. And I understand a lot more now that I've been able to see it and why that the devices, there were 8 of them put out on the road. And there are also the radar signs as well. I know former council member Marty Richmond would be pleased. This is really a nice conclusion to a project that he started. I too had on my list an inquiry. I had an opportunity in 2016-17 to be on the San Benito County grand jury, civil grand jury, and we also raised the issue about animal control, about weekend hours. And I'd also like to know more about the potential for people to volunteer. Most communities are really made by their volunteers, and so I look forward to hearing back from the chief of police on that. And then my final question / comment would be, as I understand it, the American Recovery Plan allows for money to be set aside for employees that may have performed exceptionally during the COVID era, and so I would like to have a follow-up conversation to look more at that. I know we talked about a lot of other issues, and I would like to maybe see some money set aside out of that money for recognizing our staff, not necessarily those that telework from home during that time, but certainly our frontline staff with their boots on the ground, providing the services that our community's in need of and deserving. And so with that, that concludes my questions, comments, and thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just now that we're talking about including the art element and the traffic calming areas, I'd like to go back and revisit implementing that on Central Avenue. I can't remember exactly why, but that part of the budget was not passed at the time. Now that we have the Arts and Culture Commission and we're talking about doing it for Sally Street, potentially Buena Vista, I think that if my colleagues would agree, that I'd like to bring that item back for funding and approval, because I think it's very important. And then I really like what we did with Central, Sally, what we're working on with Buena Vista. I'd like to start that discussion and getting some not only community feedback, but traffic studies done on Miller to see about traffic calming issues or potential traffic calming resolutions for Miller Avenue. Thank you.
Is that it, sir? I wanted to thank our engineering firm, Kimberly Horn, for some of the work they've been bringing through. It just feels so good to finally see these things come to light, and the designs are going to start making our streets safer. The speed humps, I want to thank the chiefs, both chiefs, for agreeing to allow us to finally do it. have made a difference already, as Mr. Burns is pointing out. I went to go test them out a few times myself, and it's. I had one neighbor call to tell me they were so excited when they saw that car coming down the street. It always comes down at 50 miles an hour. Have to hit the brakes and slowly go over the speed bump, and then just drive off at normal rate of speed after that. It makes a difference. What I'd like to do is see if we can move to the next step. I think we all agree they're successful, and order another 200 or 300 more speed humps and contractors to install them, because we need to get them out on these streets as quickly as possible. And I know a lot of these side streets are going to start feeling the effects of some of the ones we put out, but if we put enough out, people will stop trying to look for that quick way around, and we'll start to understand the intention is to slow you down to make sure nobody gets hurt out there. So if we can look at doing that, and then bring that back so we can get that done. Also, a lot of these streets are, as I mentioned earlier, we have trucks using the neighborhood streets, big trucks. We need to see what we can do, put the signs up and let people know. You can't bring a tractor trailer down a residential neighborhood just because you're looking for a shortcut. There's a truck route that you need to follow, and get those signs posted throughout the city to stop that from happening. And that would be all I have for mine today. City Manager?
Thank you. Real quick, just a couple items that were brought up for future agenda, so just looking for consensus until further definition.
It's not defined yet.
Bring back the artwork on, and funding for Central Avenue.
Yes.
I actually think that would be.
This would be consensus?
Yeah. So that fits that definition, whatever we bring back. And bringing back the funding for more speed humps.
I definitely support that.
Okay, that's another one you need to. And then the only thing I else have to bring forward is to remind everybody, come October 31st, our rec department is doing the treat streets, where we'll be closing downtown and having trick-or-treaters downtown on October 31st. So please make time for that. That concludes my report.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you. No statement, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Interim. Well, no, it's I can't call you chief, but
I just wanted to remind that we do have National Prescription Take Back, which is going to be October the 23rd. And our setup is going to be at 1790 Airline Highway, which is in the parking lot of Target. So if you had prescriptions that you need to toss, there's no questions asked. Just go ahead and drop them off, and we'll be more than happy to take them from you.
Thank you. Good job, Chief. City Clerk?
I just wanted to say thank you, Brett, for reminding everyone about Recreation doing the treat streets, and they are still in need of candy. So please, if you guys want to help out anyone, drop off candy. And we're trying to do a departmental battle to see who will win. And I think there's a small prize if we are the victors. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to item G3.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have staff to bring forward the meetings that or a presentation for our 150th anniversary. I cannot say that word very well. We have nicknamed it Squishies for an easier conversation, so I have Daisy that will present.
This is quadcentennial.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for having us. With me, I have Jennifer Rodriguez from the Chamber of Commerce. That's the Director of Tourism and Hospitality. And there's also John Roble, who's the President of the Historical Society. And they are both the co-chairs of the committee, along with Jen Diaz from the HTA. If we can move to the next slide, please. So, as you may know, the city was incorporated in August 6th of 1872. So in 2022, we'll be celebrating 150 years, and we are inviting everyone to partake in a variety of festivities that will take place. And our objective of this is to have the community come downtown, be part of the different events that we will be celebrating, and just bring interest to Hollister. If we can move on to the next slide. So we've created kind of a example of different events that can take place. We kind of mirrored a little bit the celebration that took place for the 100 celebration. They had actually a week event. So we shortened it up a bit and did a 3-day event, starting with the kickoff barbecue. And further on, we'll get a little bit more into details of it. Dancing in the streets, a fireworks show, a historical museum formal cocktail. And then on Saturday, we would have a wine and beer stroll, a guided tour of the different homes, fault lines, arts, and murals in the city. And then we would have picnics in the park where residents could go to a local picnic and just do different activities, have a lunch there. And then we would also have a pictorial tour, and this would be in conjunction with the library and the Historical Society. And then on Sunday, we would go ahead and close off the event with some speeches from elected officials. And this would be at the Veterans Building. We would have a parade and then just the closing ceremony with a sesquicentennial drawing. So the picture on the left demonstrates a little bit about the kickoff barbecue. This would be a ticketed event for about 300 people. We're planning on closing down the streets, so if people could buy tickets and dine downtown. But we also want to make sure that we invite everyone. So we've been speaking to a couple of the restaurants to see if they will have any specials or something that will attract businesses and people to come downtown. And during that time, I believe at 8 p.m., we would start dancing in the street, which is something that occurred for the 100 celebration. And then we would have a fireworks show. And then another ticketed event would be the formal cocktail at the Historical Society. This would be a guided tour where people could come down to the historical building and see periodic costumes and the different pictures and maps that are located there. And then along with the San Benito County Arts Council, they presented a couple of ideas that we can do to commemorate the 150th celebration. So in the next 3 slides, we'll have a couple of different options. Option 1 would be to do a mural, and it would run in between $5,000 to $15,000. And we can do something similar to what is found in Sacramento or the art that was done at the Hollister Dual Language Academy. And then option 2 would be to replace or redo the existing mural that's located in the Briggs Alley, and the cost would run between $8,000 to $15,000. And then option 3 would be to do a seal, kind of what the San Benito County did, and this could be done from a variety of different materials, and then the cost would kind of depend on whatever material was chosen. So we are here to request your support in having a budget for the celebration. We kind of broke down in a little bit what the different events would kind of cost. And we were hoping that this budget would be requested by the ARPA funds to help tourism, help people come down to Hollister and really explore everything we have to offer. And then on the next slide, it just demonstrates a couple of our different partners. We really want to include everyone to participate in this event. We've been working with Selena from Integrated Waste. Councilmember Perez has been attending the different meetings we've been having, and those are a couple of our partners. And that's it. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple, I believe. Have we reached out to the local hotel association? I think knowing that this is going to happen, if we've defined a time, I think there's a lot of people in 150 years that have relatives that are here, and I think it would be helpful because I think a lot of people would like to come back and celebrate their heritage and their time in Hollister, and you know, it would also help the hotels, and so I think that would be beneficial. And then I just want to say, occasionally I go to a restaurant in Gilroy. I don't remember the name of the alleyway, but it's quite a heritage alleyway, and it's out there by Garlic City, which is an amazing restaurant as well. And those people actually who own it actually live in Hollister, and so it's not very long, but it's well lit, and it's just very very unique and very well done. And so I'd ask that maybe you take a look at that as well at some point, and if you choose to follow up on that, let me know, and I'll try and give you better directions. That concludes my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have you reached out, or have you considered reaching out to the county to help support this?
We have not. We've had, like I said, different partners like Selena from Integrated Waste. We've had LULAC. We've had the Youth Alliance, VFW, but we haven't talked to the county just yet.
Okay, and have you reached out to any like private sponsors like Amazon or the one that Councilmember Burns had mentioned?
We did reach out to a couple of businesses, like the Motorsports and the Ford store, because looking back to the brochure that was created for the 100 celebration, they helped out with the raffles. So back then they raffled a vehicle, a color TV, a refrigerator. So we were hoping they would be able to sponsor some of those raffle gifts.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, any monetary sponsors from private businesses like Amazon?
We could reach out to them. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got some concerns about this. I'll be quite honest. I think the funds that you're requesting I would like to see that money get used to something that's going to be a little bit more sustainable. I think that a one-time party or event, so to speak, to celebrate our birthday is probably not the ideal way to spend the monies that were allocated. One thing that it's just the timing is just really not that great. But one thing that Tina is working on with the Arts and Culture Commission is to develop an impact fee for these types of events. So that's something that's in the future that we would have a pool of money if and when the Arts and Culture passes it and the council does. They're asking commercial industrial growth to put in money into like an ad lieu fee in order to sponsor these exact types of events. But I would have a really hard time approving this. I'd like to see maybe some of these people put in some of their grant money, such as the Arts Council, who I think does a wonderful job with getting grants. What are they willing to contribute? The Rec Center, I know, does a great job here as well. I'd like to see a little bit more sponsorship or partners, fiscally and monetary, from some of the people listed here, and then some of the people I mentioned before. I would be willing to approve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I do have a few comments too. I think it's a little difficult when you look back in time and say, well, 50 years ago they did this, so therefore we should do that now. It's a different world. Keeping somebody's attention today is pretty difficult with social media and everything else going on in the world. I think this number is a stretch, a big stretch. I think what we need to do, if we're going to have an event in downtown or in our community, it should be focused in the downtown. I think what we've proven by the redesign of our downtown is that we can have events pretty easy and very successful. So I think what would work better is to plan an event in our downtown on a Saturday. Have the streets closed off, have the other items we had in the past, have some of the historical pictures, there's tons of them at the Historical Society, bring them to the vets area so they can be displayed, so when people are out there they can be walking around seeing them and enjoying them and understanding our history. Having an outdoor dining event by inviting our restaurants or some of the caterers that are here tonight to participate in it. So we're having I like the idea of the street dining. I like that a lot, but I think what we want to do is get our local restaurants to bring out their menus and provide that service for that day. so people understand what they offer. So it becomes like a whole community event all within this area that we built already within the city. I think it's going to be much more successful that way. We're going to get a bigger impact of people coming through the downtown and enjoying their downtown, enjoying or understanding the history of their community. And it's, John, I want to thank you for, you found the information about the actual birth date of our city. And it's a long story in itself, how it fluctuated for a few years here and there. But Christina and I went back. I said, no, it has to be in 1872. It just has to be. It's not 1874. And you did some great work in finding that information. And we had a lot of weird history here, but that's exactly what it was. One thing I've seen some other communities do is do a time capsule on that day, and they put, current information into the time capsule. That's always fun. And 50 years from now or 100 years from now, they open that time capsule and say, what the heck were these people thinking? Or how cool is this, right? So that's important. I think another thing that might be successful and add to this whole theme, maybe Sunday could be an antique fair or something in the downtown. So we have our street closed basically all day Saturday and all day Sunday. And we're really extending the event one more day so people can come out and enjoy the whole weekend here. And that would cost quite a bit less money. Vice Mayor is right. We have to look at that as dollars, not as party money, but investment money. Something that's going to keep bringing us returns. And we can't just be saying, hey, well, we have money, so let's spend it. That's how a lot of us get in trouble with our credit cards. 6 months ago, we were approached by some of the people that do some of the signage that you're seeing across in many cities. And they talked about the cost of putting one of those signs in our downtown. Their recommendation was on 5th and San Benito, but that cost is upwards of about $100 and something thousand. If we're going to use big money, we need to do something that's going to, there's a reason for it. People are going to come back and look at that and take pictures and so on. And I think, again, Vice Mayor Resendez is right. We need to get other groups involved participating financially in this, not just the city taking the charge and spending a lot of money. So I'd like to see that idea come back, focus on the downtown. We know what we can do there. We've been very, very successful when it's in the core, because when people have to drive out of town, you lose a lot of that momentum. The firework idea, again, I'm not going to be very supportive of that, because we're going to have that on the 4th of July just a month before, and then to do it again, we're just not going to get the bang out of the buck, right? So, but I did like a lot of the ideas. I think we just, again, step back, look at it. I love the tour of the Historical Society idea. I think we can incorporate that, either that Saturday or that Sunday, to have a little event there. That's a really great idea. And that way gives the residents, you come out for lunch or whatever it is, you see some of the different items, you go, you have a dinner, you walk over to the Historical Society and do a little tour on your way there. So again, it makes you appreciate where you're at. And then again, if we can do maybe the antique show or antique car show or something on Sunday, whatever it is, I think that would work great. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments from the public?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you guys for your work. We're going to now move to item G4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Department Planning Manager, Interim Director. At the October 4th City Council meeting, the City Council kindly asked staff if we can come in and do a brief presentation on the mobile food ordinance. The mobile food ordinance that we have before you is Ordinance 1100 that was adopted in 2014, July 21st, 2014. And so we're briefly going to do an overview tonight. Essentially, before the ordinance was adopted back in 2014, there was a section of the code, section 10-20-150, that addressed mobile food. But the purpose of that section was essentially to keep mobile food vendors moving along. And there was not a stationary or a fixed place location ordinance for mobile food vendors. And so in short, the section that's before you, it was also part of your packet as Exhibit A, and then Exhibit B was the actual ordinance. Essentially allowed for a mobile food vendor to be in a place and be able to stop and for the duration of the transaction, and the code actually says no longer than 10 minutes, and would have to continue moving along. So it was mostly for example, ice cream truck drivers, catering trucks that would go from time to time to, say, ag fields or industrial places, just to park during the lunchtime or breaks, and then continue traveling along. So in 2014, we did adopt an ordinance. Basically, it has 5 different sections, and I will briefly go over them. Section A is essentially talks about definitions: carts, motorized mobile food units, non-motorized mobile food units. Section B talks about permit requirements and more importantly, equally importantly, the locations where the city of Hollister is allowing or permitting mobile food vendors to be stationary. And so we have 5 different locations, and they are per zoning districts. We have the North Gateway, we have the Light Industrial Zoning District, Industrial Business Park, Airport, and Airport Support. And I'll briefly go over that. On my left-hand side of the screen, the North Gateway location is essentially from San Felipe Road and Santa Ana all the way north to McCloskey. So it's basically just all along San Felipe Road, as you can see in the map. It's just in that area. There are certain sections, like on Gateway Drive, where the hotel is currently at and the other one's being constructed, that is in the general commercial zoning district. Council at that time, and then I'll talk a little bit, we brought this before the council again in 2018. There was no changes made to it. So 2014 and 2018 decided that in the general commercial, the mobile food was not going to be allowed, but it did allow for the North Gateway area of town to be permitted. Also, along the M1 Light Industrial Zoning District, which essentially is from McCloskey and San Felipe all the way to the north end of town. And also, there is one section of town that has the M1 zoning designation, and that's actually Industrial Drive off of Hillcrest, between Hillcrest and Gibbs Drive, where Osekisaki and some of these gyms, like Ravella's gyms, are located. That is a M1 zoning district where more mobile food vendors can be placed on private property. We also have the airport support area, which is essentially a property that's adjacent to the airport. We have the airport area, which is in the airport itself, of course, away from the runways and the private area for the airspace for the airplanes. And then we have the industrial business park, which is also in the adjacent to the M1 Light Industrial Zoning District as well. As part of the mobile food requirement, the permit requirement, what we essentially require for mobile food vendors, if they find a location that's permitted within a zoning district, is just a few of these items. For example, the site shall be an improved site. 2, there should be at least 3 parking spaces on the site, 1 being American with Disability Act. 3, the mobile food unit shall have adequate setbacks for safety, such as number 4, there should be at least a 20-foot setback from any driveway in the location. 5, the mobile food unit should be kept in a good state of repair, and that's usually the health department actually requires a lot of these as well. So you'll see it in one of our sections is we require a permit from the health department. So at that point, we know that the majority of these or all these sections are addressed. So then when we require an administrative permit review from the applicant, the health department is actually one of our partners, and we sent the application to them as well for their review. And by that time, the mobile food vendor had already made established communication with them and have either gone a long way or maybe even hopefully gotten their permits through them. To continue, hours of operation for the mobile food vendor should be consistent with the hours of operation of the establishment. Storage of the mobile food unit shall be approved by the health department. We wouldn't want to see it overnight at the location. Pouring of grease, food, waste, water, all of that is prohibited to go down the drain. It should be contained and then be poured properly in a sanctioned location. If the mobile food vendor is going to have chairs or little tables, furniture, it cannot be in the public right of way. Open flame cooking is prohibited. There are certain types of cooking that's allowed on the site, and that has to be approved by the Environmental Health Department. Can't just be an open flame, and that's because it could create a nuisance with the neighboring establishments as well. So that was part of what was considered back when we adopted it, and part of the adoption of this ordinance, we had the Environmental Health Department weigh in quite a bit as well. And then also, music or sound should comply with the noise requirements, if there's any. And so, if the applicant meets those requirements after they see a site, then the application submittal is the next step. So, Section A, definitions; B, permit requirements; 3, application submittal. Essentially, we want to see a site plan, a nice sketch of the location where they're going to be located with the setbacks, proof of current valid city business license, proof of current vehicle registration and insurance. Again, these are requirements that the health department also requires for the most part. Elevations of their mobile food unit, pictures can suffice, and we don't necessarily need a drawing, but pictures would be fine. Number 5, a copy of a current health permit. Number 6, we would need a consent from the actual establishment indicating that they would be okay having the mobile food vendor at the premises. We want information such as hours of operation, what type of food is the mobile food vendor going to be serving, and any additional information that they want to let us know as well, and any description of signage proposed. Section D, grounds for denial. So essentially, if the mobile food vending operations or activity as proposed by the applicant does not comply with any of the applicable laws, then those are grounds to deny the permit. Or if the health department does not clear the mobile food unit, those are also grounds to not approve the application. And finally, once an application is approved, if there is any type of issues that arise per section 1722-235E, the permit can be revoked, and we have various examples there, such as not following the conditions of approval of the approval for the mobile food vendor. So those are, in summary, that's Ordinance 1100. As I mentioned earlier, on May 7, 2018, staff came before the City Council, again at the request of a member of the community. I feel very happy to know that our council does, somebody comes in front of the community and, council doesn't necessarily just hear them out, but we go out and about and provide presentations such as these. This is the second time we're coming. In 2018, a member of the community requested the information. The council asked staff to come in. We provided a presentation. We included the minutes as part of the packet. As a result of that presentation, no changes were made to the ordinance, and so we are here today making this presentation again. And we are happy to take any type of direction and listen to public comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's up first? Mr. Burns, you're usually the first one on the dial.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to weigh in, but I'd rather wait till public comment, if I may reserve the right, please.
I was thinking the same thing for
Thank you, Mayor.
myself. You feel the same way? All right, let's hear from the
Thank
public
you.
comment.
Joseph Hurst.
Hi, hello again. My name is Joseph Elmhorst. Sorry about the hiccup a little bit earlier. I'm still trying to establish my footing on how this whole process
It's all
works,
complicated. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, all right.
We don't even know how it works yet.
Anyways, as we just heard from Abraham Prado, there is a pretty well-defined opportunity for food vendors within Hollister. And it was awesome to be able to talk to him and really learn the ins and the outs of how we can adapt our business. With that being said, I think there are some areas that we can grow, develop, and add some more support to our businesses, our small businesses. I would like to introduce you to an empty property. It's 190 San Benito Street. A lot of us kind of know it as as the empty lot with the mural. The old school Hollistorians really know it as the place where KFC used to be. I've been in contact with the owner of the property, and I've kind of come to terms contingent upon city approval that would allow us to operate a mobile food unit at that location with the intention of adapting it into an environment where multiple units can be established there as our clientele kind of develops and grows and builds. So the goal being to establish a mobile food unit in this isolated area of town that sees a good amount of traffic and is just outside of the downtown area, not to really compete, but to add support to the infrastructure that's already put into place within Hollister. So that's my comment.
Thank you, sir.
Edgar. I'm going to mess up your last name. Mayorga? Really?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Nice to meet you all. My name is Edgar Mayorga. My wife, Diana. We're the owners of Café con Leche. We have a rough path. All the applications for the health department, for the plan department, has been submitted, but yet we have a rough path trying to make a business in Hollister. Reason why? Because we can't park in the city. If we park in the city, we get thrown out. For example, we were leasing in Kmart, and even though we were leasing a parking spot in Kmart to be set in there, we got kicked out. We're trying to provide service to our community. We're trying to give excellence, customer service. We try to give a family sensation to Hollister, you know. And we just want the opportunity to be parked in the city, to survive pretty much. As a mobile vendor, as Joe as a mobile vendor, as future mobile vendors, it's a business. It's a business that is also growing everywhere and is, you know, hopefully it might grow here with the potential of everybody bringing more people downtown, bring more people to Hollister, having, like he said, like a group of trucks, and we just want to have that opportunity to maybe change the rules and regulations, the plan department, and to park in the industrial side, where there's barely any business for us to survive. And as you know, the economy right now is hard. Everything is hard, and we wish you guys to consider this. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Loretta Avina.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to just put my 2 cents in. I love the interpretership that these gentlemen are bringing forward, and I would love for this council and the city to support them. My concern arises from the vendors that I see on the corners within our city limits, primarily during the weekend, that are selling fruit and other items. And most of them do not have a business license. And I've observed them in the same spot from morning all the way up into the late afternoon, early evening. My primary concern, of course, is always for the employee, where are they going to the restroom, who's taking care of them, et cetera. But also to our small business owner and to our startups who are trying to do the right thing by going and jumping through all the hoops and loops. And, you know, they're following the rules and our regulations, but yet these other vendors are not. And I don't see much policing on that, at least that I have observed. And I'd like to see a little bit more enforcement on that, because we have to support the businesses, the individuals, for example, that just came up before you, because they are doing everything the right way. And it's not equitable to them or fair that we are not enforcing our own laws and not citing these vendors who are coming within our borders and in the city and selling their wares without doing their due process and getting their business license, the same thing that the two gentlemen have been trying to do or are doing. So that's basically my 2 cents. I would like to see more enforcement of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess to begin with, from Ms. Zavina, I've expressed similar concerns. In some cases, I suspect they may be located in unincorporated islands, and so we may need the assistance of the county on this. But I too have concerns about hand cleaning stations, restrooms, often a lot of cash done in those businesses, and so I'm concerned. I also have some limited concerns about how this could have a potential impact on the brick and mortar businesses, but I also work in a very large city where there is a vibrant catering food truck industry, and they actually have their own union representation, and so I see a lot of value. I really actually like the idea of some sort of an event where you could get multiple catering trucks there, the food trucks, because they all bring something unique that they're selling, and often they can invest tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in these trucks. It's not the drive up and open up the back of a van that it once was years ago. There's a particular location in Fresno where there's a nursery, and every weekend they actually have a live band, and they bring out 6, 8, 10 of these food vending trucks, and it's a social event, and it absolutely could enhance the experience in Hollister, given an opportunity and done correctly. I would like to say, I know that the mayor and this council has expressed some interest in moving forward to create an entertainment district downtown, and I think that at a certain point in time, the brick and mortar restaurants tend to close, and they certainly could augment the need for food. I've seen the consequences in other jurisdictions where I've worked, where people go and they have a great time, they drink too much, and I don't know that food makes them any soberer, but they're definitely full. And so
it makes them think they are.
Yes, exactly. It's like coffee.
So they can have another drink.
Yeah. So I see the value, I see the benefit. Mr. Prado, thank you for bringing this forward. I truly do appreciate it, and I think it was very thorough and very timely. And for me, I'm very much open to a broader, bigger conversation about expanding the locations where these could be. But I also think if we're going to allow this to happen in downtown or in other areas, that we need to have at least the public conversation with our brick and mortar businesses. I drive by the old Kmart parking lot. I've actually had some conversations off calendar with the mayor about some of the challenges I see potentially there, and also some of the opportunities. And so I'm wide open to the conversation, and I thank you for also representing a spirit of goodwill, ambassadorship to these folks, because it can be overwhelming, and it is a joint venture, because you do have to have the county doing their part on this as well with the regulatory components. But I absolutely think that this could be an amazing opportunity, and I would like this to not just let this go by the wayside and say, you need to be out at the airport, you need to be out at the industrial park. Maybe during Monday through Friday from 8 to 5 when there's actual traffic out there. But it is hard, and these are real businessmen and women, and so I see a tremendous benefit. Thank you, Mayor. That would complete my comments at this time.
Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, I want to also thank Mr. Prado for bringing this forward and giving a presentation. I do definitely want to support the business owners that have come up here and spoken, and not only them, but the ones that are going to come after them. And I think that we typically do a really good job in doing so. I agree with my colleagues here that I've got some concerns about the Kmart parking lot. I know that the city of Watsonville just condemned theirs, or they consider it blight. And there's lots of conversation about what's going on with Kmart in this community. So I don't, it's hard because it's a private business, and it's really out of our, out of our jurisdiction. My understanding, and I've had conversations with this gentleman, I think at least one conversation that where he's considering putting his idea, which I love, by the way, and fully support. It's a private location, so he has every right to do that. Am I correct?
You are correct, Councilmember Resendez. The only hiccup there, which I if you as a council give us direction, is that area is actually considered downtown commercial mixed use, even though the reality is that the downtown is closer to the south. But in the past, we have allowed with a temporary use permit or administrative permit review, the placement of vendors to be there. Not too long ago, there was a cabana there with a nursery, actually. That was there for about a year. Then that business established themselves in a brick and mortar on 7th Street. And so, absolutely, Mr. Emhoff is very excited about this area. And actually, the planners have talked about that as well as a potential location, if that is the desire of the council, where the cleanest way to do it would be to do a general plan amendment and actually move the North Gateway area right now from where it's at right now. It starts at Santa Ana and San Felipe. Bring it maybe back to 3rd Street or even 4th Street, and then have the downtown actually be from 3rd Street onto, I think, Hawkins right now. That would probably be the cleanest way. If that's the direction that the council wants, we can do that with the general plan update. And for now, work with them, Mr. Elmhorst and everybody else who's interested to potentially do an administrative permit review. We will still process it through an administrative review process where we have police, fire, engineering, building, and environmental health, everybody weigh in on it and potentially go that route. Since you mentioned it, we would be happy to do so.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Mr. Prado, and I think that it sounds like the council may definitely support that. Times are changing, and we need to adapt. I know that Gilroy has their Gourmet Alley now. They're having a lot of success with their events out there. So whatever we can do to support you guys, I think that we're here to support you, and our staff is very friendly. And I must say, you've got a gorgeous mural on that used car parking lot that's going to serve as a wonderful backdrop for your business. Best of luck to you. Thank you.
Well, I'm super excited to have this conversation. I was part of that conversation in 2014. We were coming out of the Depression and recession here, and we were trying to find ways to make it work. As Mr. Burns pointed out, Fresno, cities around this country are doing this. I can remember visiting the section in Portland. They have a special name for theirs. Austin. All these things were happening all over, and I can remember saying, we need to be doing this here, and we had a certain block that I wanted it on that is gone now, but that's a different story, because it would have been beautiful. But part of the conversations we have been having here is the block you mentioned, because there's a seismic issue there, but food trucks, non-permanent buildings fit right into this. And I could see that area with several trucks. I could see festoon lighting there. I can hear the music. I can see the excitement. But I got bigger plans. Downtown has changed, and as you have all seen, we've turned downtown from a ghost town to a thriving new section of our city. And my kids the other weekend, we were coming back through town, like 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and they said, Dad, it's so busy. There's so many people here. What's going on? I said, yeah, that's right. You got that right, baby. We changed it. One of the things we did when we did this, when we closed the street, we had this conversation. Councilmember Resendez was here and city manager, and we talked about how do we get the restaurants into our downtown onto the streets and doing this. A lot of them didn't want any part of it. So the next conversation was, how do we get food trucks out here that are offering different menus? We don't want to just have all the same menu competing with the restaurants. So we looked into that, but unfortunately at the time, the county would not allow us to bring any new businesses, give licenses to any new businesses because of COVID. So we understood and we just went along with our plan. But now that we're here and we're thriving, what I would like to see is on the weekends, have some of the food trucks out. The new area I think would be near the vets area. There's several large spaces there, and we can provide somehow the seating as we did with the other restaurants, so that some food trucks can be parked there. You're really complementing the other businesses that are there. And I've said this, and people never believe me on this, but you want to have a thriving restaurant, you need to have a restaurant on every corner around you. Because nobody goes to the same restaurant every single day, but they'll go to yours, the next one, the next one, next one, next one. And if we could do this on the weekends, Friday through Sunday evenings, so we're, again, having activities like we're having in our downtown, having the lighting, having the music, having the different menus out there, we can all succeed. And I'd like to see how we can start getting to that point. So maybe in the week they're at that one location, but on the weekends they're in downtown. And again, we're complimenting, we're having music, we're having entertainment, we're having all these great fun things happening through Sunday. And then seeing you guys succeed, because Mr. Burns is right. We know you guys put some money into those trucks. They ain't cheap. So it'll be fun to see what we can come up with now, and I hope we can all work together and get some ideas and see where you guys want to go with it. But I think you heard from all of us. We're excited for you, and we want to see something change here so we can get more and more business for our community and more of our residents. Come down any Friday or Saturday night now. Just drive down San Benito Street and you see life finally. So we're going to see a lot more of it. That's where I would like to see it go. So thank you very much for coming out. We'll have more conversations. Please keep talking to Mr. Prado, and we can have more meetings and see what we can do as far as some planning sessions or something to kind of talk about some of the ideas.
Very well.
So we can bring it back to council, get moving as quickly as possible.
Very well. That's exciting, and thank you for bringing up the seismic requirement or situation on the 190 San Benito Street. It's been like that. I mean, as Mr. Elmhorst very well said, we know it as the old former KFC site. Once that came down, unfortunately, we have the Alquist Priolo Act that basically dictates that if there is any type of new building that goes up, there has to be a trench study to see if there is or not a fault. And if there is, then there has to be a building clearance area where no buildings could be there. So that's why it's been challenging for the property owner. I know that they've been interested in doing things, but yeah, definitely Mr. Elmhorst brought up a good idea that, as you well mentioned, Mr. Mayor, has been thought about in the past. And if it's okay with the council, staff can definitely work with Mr. Elmhorst and anybody else who's interested in doing a nice maybe
Absolutely. And I will add to this. This is when we talked about some of this money that we had from some of these grants. This is what we're talking about. Yeah. Investing it into you guys who are investing it back in our community, which is a reward for everyone. So there's a lot of ways to do this.
Yes.
And it's exciting to just see this downtown keep expanding.
Yes.
So thank you. Councilmember Sendes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree with him. I'd rather invest money in this because I think this is going to help boost our tourism. They're going to create an experience that people will come. And then I've been talking about this for a while too. I'd like to see like oversized furniture. I'm probably getting a little bit out there, but like those big chairs like downtown Morgan Hill, maybe some bike stations. We can really do like a little pop-up park talking about like all the music and entertainment. So this thing has the potential to really take off and bring people here to spend their money here to support these businesses and our surrounding businesses. So this is something I would really like to see come to fruition.
So please figure out a way so we can all start meeting, have ad hoc or whatever we need to do so we can move on this fast. And now that we have people here that are committed to us, I know you're going to go find other people too to, again, unique menus so we can do this and we can keep going, guys. So thank you all for being here and for waiting. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on to item G5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. On June 21st, the City Council adopted Resolution 2021-129, which was provisions regarding campaign finance reform. Since that was put into place, there have been requests for a couple of changes. The best place for us to incorporate that, I feel, would be into our Hollister Municipal Code, Section 2.04, which we recently also just amended. And one of the easiest implementations of a change is the very first one, which is the attachment A to that item, which basically would have the implementation and the acknowledgement signed by all candidates, including all candidates, current or newly elected and appointed officials. The city clerk appointed, there, I think you can see, you could read the red line changes that I made to it. And that perhaps have there be some enforcement per chapter 2.05, which I was hoping to add. Adding the enforcement, I wasn't sure how you would like to go about that, so I added 2 drafts, draft 1 and draft 2, and I'm hoping that you will be able to provide me direction. Once I have direction, then Jason and I will look at the legalities of that and then go from there.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually would like that we pull this item. I think that I've read it, I'm understanding of it, but I'd also like for Councilmember Perez to be present for the conversation. I understand that we're a council of 4, but I know that Councilmember Perez had expressed some concerns, and so I'm not prepared to go forward with the decision. And my understanding is that again, I'm not. This is probably where I need a direction for consensus, because I don't know if 2 out of 3 is consensus, and I don't know what the mayor and the vice mayor's opinion on this is, but I think it's important. Clearly, we've now had a triggering that requires this next step, but I'd like to hear his thoughts as well. And since he's not able to be with us tonight, I'd ask that we pull this item and bring it back to a special meeting, potentially next Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I respectfully disagree with that. We did have a special meeting. I've never, since I've been on the council, missed a meeting. I came to that meeting. We didn't have a quorum because the council member wasn't here. And the council member is not here today. And I don't think that we were elected, or it's in our bylaws, or the constituents expect us to pull an item and not vote on something just because one of our colleagues is not here. So I think we've stalled this long enough. I think we're just going to have discussion and give direction. I've got some valid concerns about what's happening in our community, not just now, but before. So I think that we need to move forward and have the discussion. So I can't support pulling the item tonight. Thank you.
And if I can,
go ahead.
It would be for direction. It's not no action. It would have to come back for you guys to vote on it, for all of council to vote on it. So again, it's just fact finding, letting me know what it is you guys are looking for.
Thank you. Did you want to have any comments at all? No? Okay. I had a lot of comments or questions on this. I think we were all intending to do something that we felt was right for the community, and we quickly saw how people find ways around it, and we need to show the community that we are transparent and that money is just not being funneled one way or another to get somebody elected, but it really goes back to, we're a small town. These should be grassroots campaigns, not big dollars flowing in from out of town to make them work. I think it's important. The first step I would say is this. We need to have the timelines. If you're late with your reporting, for us, for candidates, for anyone, if you're late and it's not turned in the day it's supposed to be turned in, there should be the fine. There shouldn't be a question about it. There should not be an exception. My dog ate my paperwork. Anything else. We're all big kids here, and we know the rules, and I think that's going to be something very important. And I personally don't think that $250 is really the right level. It should be higher. I think it should be more like $500. If you're going to do this, you're going to pay the price to make sure we're very clear. And I think along with that, what should be happening is if a violation occurs, that should not only be noted in a fine, but it should be a written violation. It's very clear. City of Hollister campaign rules have violation has occurred, what the violation was, and have that posted. I think it's important for people to know that. I think if somebody's going to violate the rules as far as funding, that should be a higher penalty. That should be upwards of the $1,000 penalty, because sometimes some of these people have so much money it doesn't matter, and to them it's a matter of, as long as you get the person elected, I don't really care. I'll eat the fine. Well, when it becomes a $1,000 fine, all of a sudden minds change a bit. It's like, whoa, I'm going to get fined for $1,000 for playing a game with this system. And I think that's important, and that should be very clear and really easy to understand, because if somebody's saying, well, I can't give this person more than $250, but I can go around the corner here, give another committee that's supporting that person $1,000, that's just not right. It's just not right. It should be a $250 limit, whether it's to them or to another committee that's going to come around and around the back corner and support them. It's just one $250 limit. If you go past that, you're in violation. Some of what we're seeing here is, and I guess we knew this was going to happen with some of these action committees, just outright ignoring the rules. We talked about having your top 10 donors on your mailers so that it's clear to the public who are the people really supporting them. And that's not being done. So that too should be that $1,000 fine. That's just a slap in our face of, we're going to ignore your rules. You're a small town. You can't do anything about it. Too bad for you. We'll deal with you later. And maybe one of the other things we can do is say, look, candidate, if you're going to take more than $250, or maybe this will be the idea here. I know for an example, LAFCO, if you receive a contribution of more than $250, you can't vote on any item for 2 years because the membership changes. Maybe it should be a 4-year deal because if you're elected to council, you're on here for 4 years. You can't vote for an item like that, because what we're seeing is this in-run from these special committees that are sponsored by groups that already have vested interest in certain projects to get around the rules. Well, if that committee is going to fund you, you can't vote for anybody or anything that funding is coming through. We just, it's a shame. I'm just disappointed that we're even have to go to this conversation about it. I really was hoping that it was going to be a simple, clear deal and we'd be there. But I think that's what's going to help with this. I think when it's clear that a rule has been violated, it's posted and it's immediate. It's not a conversation that we'll talk about it and make an exception because there's a good excuse on this one. And that should be for all of us. If I'm a day late, hit me with the fine. If I'm doing something wrong or some extra money came in, we need to be fined. I mean, that's just the way it should be. And also what I'm seeing here is there's fundraising going on, but nobody's reporting the fundraising. Everybody's just reporting the dollars that came in, but nobody's reporting the cost of that fundraiser being contributed by somebody else to put on that fundraiser. So those are important things in the real world of elections. And if you're running a federal campaign, you'd have to be reporting all those things. So I think if we're going to do it right, that's how we should be doing it, is have the number, have the immediate consequence, not where we're talking about, but it's just clear, it's been violated, city clerk issues the fine, writes up the violation and posts the violation. So it's all clear. That's what I like to see.
Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I've heard what you said. I'm still processing it, but I guess my question would probably be for Mr. Epperson in this case, because if we're going to assess fines, I would presume there's a due process for that, and there would have to be, I can say you owe me $100, you owe me $1,000, but there has to be a due process. Am I on point?
There would absolutely have to be some sort of due process, and some of that, in a very rudimentary way that's outlined in the materials that were provided to you, but it probably deserves going over a few times and making it a little more sophisticated and a little more thorough and a little more in line with due process requirements. So, but you're correct, Councilmember Burns, there would be due process that would be required.
And, you know, and one of the things I wasn't clear on, I thought I saw and read when I read the materials, talk about fines and penalties, but I don't know if we're talking criminal or if we're talking civil or if we're talking administrative, but I think it would probably be best addressed in an administrative hearing process. But, you know, I'm going to defer to the two of you, the clerk and the attorney, because I just don't see us gaining any leverage in a criminal court, and I don't really see suing somebody for this. And so, but I don't recall seeing anything that really talked about administratively. Did I miss that, or?
Well, I tend to agree with you, Councilmember Burns. Now, we will look at that and some different options for it, but most likely the fines would be dealt with administratively.
And I would agree with you too, sir. Absolutely. I don't think it's something we're chasing somebody down for criminal action. It's just, you know, hey, you can't do this here.
And I guess the follow-up to that is, and we're talking about the campaign issue, but we've actually seen some conduct occasionally that hasn't been strong amongst ourselves.
Yes, sir.
And so if there was a real consequence and there was a due process in place, you know, I think through a collection agency or a way to collect it if we had to. Hopefully we never have to go there. But I think that there is a need. Absolutely liked what the mayor said about a limitation on an elected candidate's ability to vote on specific issues that would be potentially influenced by somebody that contributed money to that candidate's campaign before they got elected. But again, I don't know how you actually enforce that. And so for me, that's, you know, the words resonate well with me, but I just don't know how we get from the conversation to the real life adaption of that. So thank you, Mayor, for the comments.
Good comments. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And I agree. I don't think this is something that we're going to solve overnight. I think we had good intentions, again, with this policy, but obviously there's things that we need to work on. And I do have faith that we will come together with some pretty fair solutions for not only ourselves, people that are going to be here in the future, and then the public. Yeah, I've got some concerns about the monetary fine. So basically what I would like just to ask staff to come back with is how do we enforce this? Just as was brought up by these gentlemen here. What are we going to have in place to enforce it? And whether it's a committee or a fine. So I think we need some options. And then what can we do to make things fair and transparent? And that way I really like to see everyday citizens up here. But I do think that we do have to have people from all walks of life and different backgrounds, obviously. But I think it's, we've talked about this. The reason we have this is because basically it's a way of getting around the democracy system, I think. And I do question people's integrity when they knowingly break the rules, and I just been up here before with certain situations, and I don't want to go back to that. I think that we need to keep things fair. People should be honest, and they should do things with integrity. And the mayor and Councilmember Burns brought up a good point about recusal. I think that is a standard. If we have even a conversation, we're supposed to, make mention of that, but it doesn't always happen. So I'd like to include some language in there. And how do we enforce it? People will be watching, I think. We will be making sure that this is taken care of and that it's followed. But I do have some real problems in it. And again, the mayor brought up a good point. When you've got millionaires, or you have access to a PAC with millions of dollars in there, a $250 or $500 or $1,000 fine is nothing to essentially cheat your way to, quote unquote, potentially making your friends even more money. And I've got a real problem with that. Those are my concerns. I don't have all the answers, but I would like to see some options, and I'm not in a hurry to adopt anything either, because I think we need to do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do. Mr. Burns, I thank you for bringing it back up. Our own behavior, we need to find that way to make sure that we understand one warning or two, but that stops it. If not, we have to implement something because we just can't have the outburst here. We can all agree to disagree and go home mad about it, but we can't be here screaming, yelling, or doing these other things. So I think if we can find a way to agree on that, and who makes a call, I think it has to be very simple, very clear cut. So it's done. I think you're right as far as how do we collect. We'll see integrity right there. If somebody's violated the rules and we issue an administration fine and they pay it, well, maybe they just really did make a mistake. If they say, I'm not going to pay you anything, you big dummy, well, we know what their true intentions were. But I think part of that key is the issuance of a violation and the posting of the violation. So that way it's very clear the public can see that violation right away, rather than, well, we'll debate it, 2 months down the road. Again, FPPC is very clear on their timelines, and all we're doing is adopting our set of rules that are the same type. If you violate the rules, there's a penalty there. And as long as we make it clear, simple to understand, which is the hard part of this whole thing, but I think we can get there. So I think we should have another discussion. I don't think, we're not making a decision tonight, we're just having a conversation. But I think maybe we need to have that special meeting to discuss this and spend more time kind of agreeing what those rules are so we can implement them and then not have. Of course, there's always going to be somebody finding another way around them, and that's unfortunate. But I think at that point, the public will know there's an issue here.
And again, I don't know if it just goes with the unprecedented times. I've just never, ever had, I've had one person be late, maybe two people be late. I've never had nobody make the deadline, ever.
Yeah. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then I just wanted to also, I had this conversation with
if I can
the
interrupt you for a quick second, sorry. We're over 10 o'clock. Is there a consensus to continue?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
I've had this conversation with the attorney and the city clerk, and I know it's going to be challenging, but one of the real issues here is the political action committees. So if we can find find out what other committees are doing to deal with these issues, and what can we do to adopt it as well. So, yeah, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards on this one?
No speakers, Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
Okay. One speaker, Mr. Mayor. Carol Lenore?
Hi, good evening, Carol Lenore, resident of Hollister. I've been wanting to comment just briefly on this whole issue, and I've been thinking about it quite a bit. And, maybe you could give consideration to the fact that incumbents have name recognition, new candidates, and we often have new candidates, which is good. They tend to need a little more advertising, flyers, signs, mailers, ads, and they require funding. I think, honestly, if the funding is too restrictive, running a sustainable campaign becomes near impossible. On its face value, reform is a good thing, but the wrong formula can limit candidates. And we should support and encourage candidates and not limit them too restrictively. In the end, it's really the voters' call. They don't like your endorsements, they have the option of not voting for you. I might also want to suggest if you could talk about putting a cap on personal loans. I really feel like, personally, I like the ability to make the call, and I like an even playing field. It just seems like you're not able to raise enough money. If you're not rich enough to pay for all your things or somehow get it under the carpet, which I think some folks have done that, I did 2 campaigns, so I'm very familiar with campaign finance reporting. I feel like the state is good guidance, good things. I don't think we need this more restrictive local level. Again, the voters have the decision. If they don't like your endorsements, they could just vote somewhere else. Your enforcement was definitely going to need to be strong. So if you're going to do your ordinance, you have to make sure the enforcement, and I know you know this, is you're able to do it. But again, I really would like to see my input, and I think the total amount is too low to run a campaign. You're just not going to be able to do it. So that's my comments and my input. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers,
There are no
Mr.
more
Mayor.
speakers? Okay, well, we'll try to, I think if we maybe have a special meeting or a study session together, really hammer this out, because I think we're close. I think we are close. I think all of us are kind of disappointed with what happened, but I think we can do it and really change this in a way that will have an impact and will stop some of this. So I'm hoping that we can do that. Go ahead, sir.
Maybe we can have it like on a weekend. We've talked about that, but this might be like an all-day thing. So,
I'm perfectly
just my
fine with
thoughts.
that. We can have a couple different items that we need to talk about and hammer it out. Okay, City Manager? All right. HIJK, there's no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a motion. You don't want to go? Is there a second? You don't want to go either? What's going on here?
Second.
There's a second.
This has happened
Motion
before.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is it because we're leaving too early?